miles an hour to the northwest.
We should be back. We should be back and we should be good. We should be back and we should be good. Let me take a look here. Yeah.
Is everything on the video fine? Video fine?
Yeah.
Everybody heard the video. Or see the video. Yeah. Everybody heard the video.
Cool. Let's check YouTube.
Can everybody see the video? Okay, you can see it. Oh, right in front of me. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Guys, this is mega wicked. The winds are southeast at 55 miles an hour going in this tornadic circulation.
Cool. Let's check YouTube.
Okay.
Yep, we in there.
Turn the car a little bit to the. Can everybody see the video? I'm going to point it more to the north so I can get out this window so I can get you a better view. Is that just not crazy?
Keep the dashboard up.
I got multiple cameras going here. I got to watch him.
Pull up chat.
Oh my gosh, look at that thing's coming. Here's a nuke tornado storm developing southwest of me. It's back on the southwest flank down here.
Chat's here.
Look at this thing. This is a beast. We've had multiple storms producing softball size hail.
Oh shit.
And the storms, not only this one, but the storms immediately west of here, from 4-inch to baseball to softball size hail. 3 storms west of me, extremely destructive hail.
Is this live right now? Okay, nope.
Okay,
this was in June. See, these dudes are crazy. All right, my bad about that, guys. Let's get back into what's going on. Let's see if Twister Chasers are live at the moment. They are not. So they'll probably be back. Let's see what he says at the end. I didn't hear it.
Sarasota, Venice down to Florida. Heed those evacuation warnings today in the morning. All right? Heed those evacuation warnings because it's going to be a pretty rough day as we get down the road here later today in the morning. All right? Everybody be safe, please. It's going to be a really bad event. Thank you.
Okay, we don't know when he's going to be back. But we'll keep an eye on Twister Chasers. We're getting close to the Keys. The Keys are about to get smacked, dude. All right, this is in Key West. We'll keep an eye on this as well. There was one that was fucking crazy that I saw. That I was I was going through. Hold on. Was it this? Yeah, it's this. So let's try to get some commentary. Because I'm not the best. Here we go. We got these guys right here. Jeez. The quality, man. That's alright though.
Take a look though. I get a look at the aircraft recon. This still says 950.
Ah, fuck. I messed up my leg, bro. My leg, bro. So we got him heading down. I don't know where these guys are. I'm gonna try to find some, Which one should we go in? Alright, yeah.
Focusing. Somehow switched off affinity.
We'll keep an eye on everybody. See what they're saying. We'll be right back. Okay. I'll bring this over here so I can browse. We got these guys. Hold on.
One at Charlotte, one here, then one more for last minute limit.
I'm gonna be pulling up everything I can find, man.
There's a lot to say. I like the idea of this area, if we can pull it off. Well, I'd like to be in Port Charlotte for the storm, I think. Unless it makes it here.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, if we can make it work logistically, if it comes here. Don't come.
Testing your luck, Rigsby.
I'm good at that.
Oh look, a too bad for Brent.
Block.
Perfect. Tornado warning.
Tornado warning.
Good. It's not too far away from us.
You can make it. I'm just...
Got a blast.
Got a blast. Hey boy.
I want to see some guys looking at some radar. We'll get to the chasers
Fort
when
Myers Beach, people.
this starts
Not going to
hitting.
be a pretty place to ride out the storm if it keeps on that southern trend.
No, that's a real deal problem if it does.
Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Winds and sea states. We also expect significant coastal flooding. So if you have boats at anchorage, please move them to high ground as soon as possible. As the Coast Guard prepares for the arrival of Ian, our focus remains #1 priority will be search and rescue. As soon as the storm passes, we have our boats and planes pre-positioned to respond to those in need. Immediately following our search and rescue, we'll be looking to reopen our major ports as soon as possible. Working with our federal, state, and local partners, we've already pre-positioned support vessels to make sure that the ports are safe for vessel traffic. That will be very important for the communities of Florida and our nation, as much of our fuel and economy flows in and out of those ports. I ask you, if you are in need of assistance in the maritime environment, the Coast Guard stands by to serve you as we always have, and please contact us if you're in need of assistance.
W Coast Guard.
If you're on the water or have a vessel on the water, please take appropriate action to avoid damage from the storm. With that, open any questions.
I guess.
Just what have you seen in previous storms? Are people typically
Yo,
risk it, like, right down to the
easy.
last minute and keep
Damn.
their boats out there, stay on the water, and
Damn.
take that risk?
Yeah, we encourage folks to watch the weather and be prepared. Occasionally, folks underestimate the track or power of a storm. Please don't be relaxed. There is a hurricane coming. No boat wants to be on the water when the storm force winds arrive.
We could see who knows how much flooding. I mean, it could be storm surge could be 5-10 feet. Who knows? Which means we're going to see a lot of flooding come inland. Are you
West of
all
Miami?
help with if in that kind of situation if there are people who are stuck in flood waters after the storm has passed?
The
on land,
Everglades
but
area.
it's-
This is Everglades City, McCoskey Indian Village, and that's the tornado warning. And it's just getting started. All of these bands here are also going to have tornado warnings. Even these supercell storms that are initiating just west of Key West are going to go as well.
Sheesh, bro. There's 1,000 of them.
I'm going to go to the bathroom quick.
So we're looking at the worst of it hitting when is what I'm trying to figure out.
From either vessels that have been damaged or facilities that have been damaged, we'll be aggressively getting out to take care of that and mitigate any environmental impact. We'll be
I'm going
surveying the
to
channels
switch
make
over
sure
my,
there's safe vessels coming in and out. Once we've taken care of those issues, we'll reopen the port as quickly as possible.
And I think the only other thing is just reiterating.
My fucking headset,
we
bruh.
post a lot of emergency responders, first responders.
Because I want it.
You know, whatever warnings. people
Unless I'm
get.
doing music, I'm not going to use this.
All right, chat, while we're sitting
These
here.
headsets.
Absolutely.
I want it wireless.
When you're talking about seas,
Monitoring
in
device.
excess of even 10 feet for most of the recreational boating public, you do not
I'll
want
show
to
you
be on
guys
water.
the
We're looking
satellite
at
imagery.
Potentially sea
focus on, but you kind of see that eye. It's definitely got a stadium effect, rapidly intensifying again.
A certain time of the storm, is there Is there a place where at the time during the storm, I guess the highest activity, you said we can't reach you, or no?
Obviously, thanks for the question. Our assets, our boats and planes also have limitations. We can go out in some pretty severe weather, but yes, there will be a time when we just can't come to folks in need in the peak of a hurricane. So do not put yourself in that situation.
You know, and the only thing I was going to ask also just occurred to me, like during Hurricane Katrina, we'd see Coast Guard rescues on rooftops. Who knows if it's, hopefully it's not that bad here. But you never want it to get to that point. I mean, and I guess what's the message here for folks who are, you know, in evacuation areas?
If you're in an evacuation area, you're being asked to evacuate for a reason. That
Get
means
the
that
fuck
there is
out.
significant risk of flood waters, either from the hurricane or from ensuing rain. Take those warnings seriously and please move to higher ground.
All I need is your name, spell your first and last name, and your rank with the Coast Guard.
All right, so once again, our Coast Guard here giving us a lot of great information, especially for those who are right there on the water, reminding everyone that you do need to make sure you're listening to those officials ahead of time and preparing yourself to get off of that water, put and store those water crafts also away. And right now we do have President Joe Biden. He is speaking at an event about Medicare, but he is making some brief remarks regarding this preparedness for Florida. Let's go ahead and listen into
I'm trying to, all right, I'm trying to find links right now so we can put them up on the stream, and you guys can go ahead and donate if you can.
I hope you'll indulge me. I want to talk a little bit about the crisis people are facing in Florida right now. Hurricane Ian.
I wanted to make sure that this shit is going straight.
This morning as a Category 3 storm. Florida is now preparing for
Florida
to make landfall. Forecasts can change, but for now, the experts say this could be a very severe hurricane, life-threatening and devastating in its impact. So I want to be clear about two main messages. First, my administration is on alert and in action to help the people of Florida. I've approved Florida's request for emergency assistance immediately.
We're going to put up Red Cross first.
And I directed my team to surge federal assistance there before the storm hit. FEMA has already deployed 700 personnel to Florida, and the governor has activated 5,000 state National Guard with another 2,000 guards coming from other states. FEMA is also proposing and pre-positioning 3.5 million liters of water, 3.7 million meals, and hundreds of generators. I just spoke this morning with the areas that will likely be hit, the mayors of Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. All of them are in the storm's path, and they're focused on the safety of their communities, and they're doing everything they can to get people out of harm's way. I told each one of them my conversation separately. Whatever they need, I mean this sincerely, whatever they need, contact me directly, and they know how to do that. I have a lot of personnel.
We'll see what color. I feel like red is good.
Support them in every way we can. Second thing I'd like to mention is the citizens in the potential impact area should obey the instructions of local officials. Evacuate when ordered, and be prepared for the storm when it comes. And evacuations have already been called for, and apparently they're going along in a fairly orderly way in each of the three cities. Your safety is more important than anything. And I know our hearts are with everyone who will feel the effects of this storm, and we'll be with you every step of the way. We're not going away. And as we prepare for Ian's landfall of Florida, I remain focused on helping Puerto Rico recover from the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona.
There used to be
Hundreds of FEMA and federal personnel are now there, including search and rescue teams, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for power restoration, and other experts from around the country.
There is a tornado watch in
FEMA's already distributed $40 million in direct assistance to survivors to help them begin to rebuild their homes, and FEMA also
These people are nuts, man.
$700 in direct assistance to families displaced from their homes to meet critical needs of food, first aid, prescriptions, and baby food and fuel now. And I immediately approved the expedited major disaster declaration to provide individuals with public assistance to help their community as well. This declaration will get federal resources out quickly and help people start to rebuild their lives. They've been through a rough period since the last hurricane. And as part of the declaration, I've also authorized a 100% federal funding for debris clearance and rescue for power and water restoration, shelter and food for the entire month. And to the people of Puerto Rico who are still reeling from Hurricane Maria 5 years later, we're with you and we're moving forward with you, and we're not going to go home till it all gets done. Now, today's events about Medicare. You know, I want to share the progress that we've seen of making to bring down healthcare costs and strengthen Medicare, which is for so many.
All right, so thank you again to everyone who's been watching
Fuck,
with
man.
us. President Biden moving back into his normal event, but we are going to be staying on top of this coverage here of Hurricane Ian as it continues to strengthen. And one of the issues that all of our officials continue to say is not only its movements towards that Tampa area, but then once it does make landfall, how long it will sit over land. It's going to be bringing not only those high wind speeds, but also a lot of rain. And that's where a lot of problems are created, is that flooding, especially when you think about some of the sewer systems not able to keep up with the amount of rain that may be then dumping down on some of these areas. So we're going to continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox of Hurricane Ian, especially as we get into these later hours and into tomorrow as well. So Live Now from Fox is going to be one of your destinations that you can tune into for coverage day in and day out here over the next few days as residents in Florida are continuing to prepare. Let's go ahead. We'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, giving you the latest update from our officials out of multiple counties across the area, plus our hurricane experts also giving us an update. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in just a few minutes.
Sorry, I've not been looking at chat for a second. I'm trying to find some stuff going on. Trying to find links so you guys can donate if you can. Salvation Army. We'll keep our eye on it. I'm gonna keep my eye out on shit. There will be probably some fundraisers in these, and I'll take a look at them before I just post them up.
Everyone, with your 11 a.m. update on Hurricane Ian. Let's start with the satellite imagery because you can see.
Yeah, we'll just keep Red Cross up for now because I know they're on the way right now from Maryland.
The eye has really cleared out, indicating that any sort of weakening process or disruption by Cuba is probably being, it's arrested, and now it moves back over the waters, can probably resume its intensification process that had started prior to
it's already just smacking, bro.
And now we can actually see it starting to come into view on a long-range radar. Here's the eye way down here. You can see it.
Is that where it is right now?
And you can see that it's well-defined. It's not disrupted by the land interaction. But I think the thing that's most pressing to me on this image is now that you can see it on radar, you can see that we're really starting to lose time for people in the path of this system.
Yeah, get the fuck out of there. It's gonna get crazy, man.
Starting to get close. The other thing is you can see this large rain shield that is developing ahead of the system. That's going to contribute to the flood potential that goes with the storm surge, but it's also going to contribute to making it harder to do these final preparations. If it's raining heavy and the roads are, you have some localized flooding. So take that into consideration if you're trying to make some last minute preparation. This rain shield will kind of sweep out ahead of it. We take a look at the latest forecast. As of 11 a.m., 115 miles per hour.
Look at the skies, man. It's, you could tell just impending doom is coming. That neighborhood finna get fucked up. That's a nice ass neighborhood too. What the fuck?
As it approached the state of Florida, which contributes to why it's such a hazardous event. Generally move off to the north and northeast over the next day or so, then approaching the western coast of Florida on Wednesday evening, making landfall somewhere within this red area, which denotes the hurricane warning area. And then we have to start thinking about downstream impacts, and you can see new watches and warnings with respect to the East Coast, and they're moving their way up into southeast Georgia and South Carolina. The blue tropical storm warnings, the yellow tropical storm watch. So just because this thing is going to move over the peninsula, certainly don't let your guard down here over the southeast. Let's go back and look at the wind field. We had talked about this all week, that as it moved into the Gulf of Mexico, it would get bigger. You can see it playing out here. This orange area here denotes the size of the wind field, and look how large it's starting to get as it pulls into the Gulf of Mexico. And this is unfortunately bad news because bigger storms produce more storm surge, and we'll talk about that in a second. In terms of timing, really things for
Can't I pin stuff in the chat too?
You got today. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but you got today to make your final preparations. Then conditions starting to spread over central Florida on Wednesday, and then Thursday for southeast Georgia, and then Friday for the Carolinas. So we got a little time up here, so we're going to focus a little bit more over Florida. This is the damaging wind potential. I think this is an important graphic because I fear a lot of people
north analytics,
of the track, especially you in Tampa, are going to say the track's shifting south. I'm out of this. No, absolutely you're not. We're at the end of the rainy season here in Florida. It's going to be a lot of rain. You've got old trees up there, old growth trees. So when this damaging wind potential, the winds with this system come ashore, if the soils are soaked, trees could come down, power lines could come down. You're really, really, really treacherous to move about when this system comes ashore.
Okay, we'll just do it this way.
These are probabilities, or the chance. You're looking at the chance of damaging winds up in here, 80 to 90%. That's really, really high. So take that in consideration. Don't get enamored with the track and its recent shifts of late. I alluded to this both in the rainfall and a second ago. Look at when this rain comes ahead of it and then the actual hurricane comes ashore. Significant rain potential again at the end of the rainy season. So a lot of potential for flooding. And then when you have the winds of a hurricane come in there, a lot of potential for trees down, power outages. So really think about that. Think about, are you ready to go without power for several days? So keep that in mind. Now, as we get closer to landfall, we're starting to hone in on the surge risk as well. And it's this little red area here, and if you've been watching, these numbers have come up over the last 24 hours, is really a big concern here for us. We're looking at this area from middle of Longboat Key to Bonita Beach. So that includes southwestern Florida, Charlotte Harbor area, Fort Myers. You really need to start thinking about what you're going to do the rest of the day. If evacuations are ordered, you need to heed them. There's just not a lot of time to second guess it. So if you are ordered to evacuate, you need to go ahead and do so quickly. But then also look at the values are starting to come up here. And so I'll explain it really quickly if it's not intuitive. The hurricane is the center of low pressure. There's high pressure up here. So as the hurricane sort of bangs into this, you get this really long easterly flow that'll start to pile up the water in advance of the hurricane. So you here don't think you're out of the woods either. These are
Where
some
can I
pretty
put it, damn
significant
it?
surge values. For example, 4 to 6 feet from the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Altamaha Sound. So that's we'll pick this out a little bit more in subsequent briefings, because now I really want residents here in and around Charlotte Harbor to pay attention to this evolving surge risk. Is really, really important. Areas pretty much from just north of Tampa all the way down under a surge warning. That means dangerous conditions are possible. But also note the new warning up here in and around Jacksonville area, including the St. Johns River.
Oh shit, why'd I do that twice?
Surge warning
Alright.
as well. So just because you're inland on the St. Johns River doesn't mean you're out of the surge. The water can actually go down the river. You know, we want to end again with the radar where we started. It's now, when you can see it on radar, it's getting close. So time is really ticking here. If you're in the path of this storm, especially if you've been ordered to evacuate, you really got to do so. I mean, we're really concerned about this area in here with the surge, but also the rain. You can see the rain sort of sweeping out in front of it. The heavy rain co-located with the storm surge could present significant flood risk. So please listen to your emergency management officials. If they order you to leave, please do so. That's it from the Hurricane Center. We'll be updating you as necessary and certainly every day at this time.
And thank you so much to our officials there. They are going to be giving us another update here shortly after the top of the next hour. Live now from Fox, of course, going to be bringing that to you just as we have with all of these updates happening across the state of Florida. You can see again that track going to be hitting directly over that Tampa area, maybe just a little bit south. One of those areas that's going to be seeing a lot from this Hurricane Ian, is going to be not only Manatee County. They are going to be giving us an update here shortly. We do have our folks getting ready for that press briefing. But also St. Petersburg is going to be preparing their residents for some of the possibilities of the effects from Hurricane Ian, including what to do with all of that rain. Let's go ahead and play out the very latest press briefing with our St. Petersburg officials as they are giving us some more details into some things that they're reminding their residents about ahead of this storm.
Your attention, because this is a big storm and we're prepared for it, but we want to get that word out that we're prepared for this storm. We've been spending hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 6 years, hundreds of thousands of man hours to try to get the system ship-shape for a storm like this.
What system?
Nevertheless, we need to be prepared, and we need to ask all the citizens that are with us to please conserve your water during the storm. We have a system that's able to handle the storm. We have a system that will be operating during the storm. But in order to make sure that we're able to continue to operate after the storm and to provide those services for the recovery effort, we do ask, if you would, during the storm,
what the fuck?
please reduce the amount of water.
You guys hear this shit? What the fuck is...
Tornado threat this week.
Fuck.
This system.
Yeah, it's just the fucking... Definitely that stream, okay.
We appreciate the opportunity to give you this message, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
A lot of upgrades have been made over the last couple of years. Can you break down what's changed and how they're ready for the wet weather that will obviously likely begin over the next couple of days?
We've added a lot of extra capacity at our plants. We have capacity at our plants of about 155 million gallons per day on a peak day, like during a storm. That is significantly more than we had in 2016. We've also done a lot of work out in the collection system, lining our sewer system, fixing manholes, trying to take care of any leaks that would allow groundwater or stormwater to enter into our system and inundate our system and our plants. So we've put a lot of work into it.
So they're expecting a storm surge up to 15 feet. We could get 20 inches of rain. Can the system handle all this water that's about to come?
The system should be able to handle the water that's about to come. Now, if we have a storm surge of greater than 15 feet, we might have a few areas that we might need to protect our equipment, because we obviously want to continue to operate after the storm has passed. And so we'll be monitoring the storm throughout the event and to look at the storm surge. If we notice that a storm surge is getting close to some of our equipment, to our electrical equipment, we may protect that equipment for that period of time so we can turn it right back on when the system is ready to go.
So when you say that, that means if storm surges are over 15 feet, you will be turning off water.
No, I did not say that.
Dude, that's fucking insane.
No, as I said just a few minutes ago, we'll be monitoring.
Stop
the
being a
system
fucking
throughout
dick.
The performance of this storm, and we'll be monitoring the storm surge.
Stop being an
We do not
ass,
expect
bro.
a storm surge greater than 15 feet, and if we don't get one, we know we will not have to protect any of our equipment.
Like, why is he talking to people like
Storm
that?
surge greater than 15 feet, we'll be watching to see what's going on. And we know the elevations of all of our equipment, we know the elevations of all of our facilities, and we'll be watching to make sure that we can adequately protect that equipment in case the storm surge goes well beyond what we think it will be.
Is any water being shut off at all?
No. No. No water is being shut off.
Has there been any dumping or any mitigation ahead of time, ahead of the storm, to maybe brace for anything to happen in the worst case scenario?
You asked if there's been any dumping. Absolutely not.
Jeez.
We have not been doing any
Brain
dumping.
fart.
We have been preparing our system.
Let's
by
look for the
making sure
chasers,
that
man.
all
Where
the
the
tanks that
chasers?
We have enough capacity so that we're sending out our reclaimed water to our customers so that they can use it. We're making sure that all of our equipment is at top capacity, but we have absolutely not.
Which
been
one is
dumping
live right now? What are we looking at? Fox. Live now from Fox. This is live tracking. We already have that one open.
Yes, you can reach out to the city during the storm and after the storm. We have our dispatch numbers, we have C-Click Fix, we have our hotlines, we have a variety of different ways that citizens can reach
Don't
us.
got this guy.
And our citizens know this actually because we've been working with a lot of citizens, thousands of citizens over
Oh,
the last
man.
week who have been contacting us through these methods.
How high does the surge need to be for the city to have to make those tough calls?
It's going to depend on each piece of equipment. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of equipment out there, so I cannot give you a single number that would be the cutoff.
Yo, my radar is a fire ass app.
It go down into the ocean, so it goes up. So it's being forced upwards. But as
Oh, hell
also
yeah.
as a part of that, as
we're
air
not talking about
rises,
turning off water.
it also starts
We're talking
to
about
cool.
turning off
We'll be back, my
maybe
friend.
a piece of equipment in our entire system. We have a huge system with hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of equipment. So I do not foresee a scenario at all where we are turning off
Probably 'cause
water
you'd
to the
already done
entire
a
city or
transaction.
even to entire neighborhoods. What we're talking about is that if we have a specific pump or a specific piece of electrical equipment,
Those people
that
are
might be
crazy.
inundated by storm surge, we will then go and make sure that piece of equipment is turned off. That one piece of equipment in that situation.
I know how would that one piece of equipment impact a homeowner, a resident here?
Well, since most of our sewage is delivered to these plants via gravity systems, it should not affect most people.
You added some deep injection wells at some of the plants. Is that going to be utilized during this storm, and how might that help? Because it is a newer thing that you guys have added.
Absolutely.
put
We've had deep
cams.
injection wells actually for 40 years, but we've added a significant additional ones since 2016, much more than we needed. The way we designed these systems is we designed them assuming that some of these things are going to be out of service.
And then radar.
So
Okay.
if we know that we need 20 deep injection wells, we've put in 25 deep injection wells to make sure that we can conserve the system.
We've seen wastewater overflows over the years happen, not just in St. Peter.
Right.
Do you have a concern that that might the rain that we're expecting, and are there some of the improvements you've seen there to prevent something like that?
So it's our job to be concerned. That's why we go into this business, and that's why we got hundreds of people working in this industry, in our wastewater industry. And so yes, we are constantly monitoring it. We've got our staff. Our staff are going to be in these buildings during the storm. These buildings are safe and secure.
How bad
They're gonna be
was
here
it?
operating these systems to make sure that we don't have that.
In Hurricane Ian, the capital city, that much heartbreaking video posted same name.
We're looking at all of our equipment. We're
Oh yeah, this is about to.
making sure that all the electrical
Oh my
systems,
God.
We're testing them. We're testing all the pumps. We're making sure that all the tanks are at the level that they need to be at. We have crews constantly going around and checking everything.
Jeez.
Within Public Works as a total, we probably have about 500 employees that are going to be working during the storm.
And if you live in a neighborhood near a plant like this, is there anything you should just be aware of or anything that could happen if you live just in the vicinity?
These people have lost their fucking mind, bro.
Folks through, the appropriate
Look,
methods.
what is she
Nothing
doing? She's just like, yeah. She's probably posting some fucking shit on her TikTok or like on her Instagram, super edgy. Like, look at me, I'm fucking edgy, standing next to the hurricane, risking my life.
We not only work here, we live here. And we took these jobs to protect the city because this is the city that
y'all ain't scared, bruh?
We're dedicated to
fuck
doing
out
that.
of there.
Thank you for that opportunity to serve you.
All right, so once again, continuing to
Bro, I would
show
not be
all
playing with
of these
none of that
different,
shit.
Press conferences from our officials all across the country. Do want to say thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us. A new hour, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues to gather.
Okay.
Wherever you're seeing, let me zoom in here across Key West, where you're seeing yellow or blue. That's 1 to 3 feet, not inches, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge for those locations. Let's move up the west coast here. Again, you start to see some bigger numbers jumping out here. Marco Island.
And it goes in, it covers the whole islands, bro.
Causeways to get to some of these portions of Florida. So if you really need to be listening to emergency officials.
Can an event like this reshape what?
At this point, you are running out of time in that regard. But if you are a bit more
what
inland,
the geography
you
looks
have an
like?
evacuation order, you certainly need to be sure that you are preparing to deal with a pretty nasty storm, a lot of rainfall to boot. Again, that red color there, that's upwards of 10 feet of storm surge being pushed inland. Let's keep working our way northward here. Let me zoom back in a little bit. We'll look at Naples here. Again, you can see these inlets. Let me grab my pointer tool here. That water rushing in and working its way here through the inlet. So even though right here along the coast of Naples, you might not see upwards of 10 feet of storm surge, you have the water here sneaking in kind of on the backside here. For folks that live in homes, even in this area here, again, not looking pretty here for at least the current cone of Ian. Let's work a bit far. Oh, got to jump back here. Let's work our way now to what seems to be the jackpot zone, if you will, here. So let me grab my tool here. Starting in Pelican Bay, as we work our way toward Bonita Springs and Fort Myers Beach. Boy, that is a lot of storm surge. Again, that red color represents storm surge of greater than 9 feet, probably going to be closer to 10 when all is said and done. And again, if we look as far inland here, look at all that water sneaking in here. I mean, very likely that you're going to see a lot of these numbers really jump up here as that cone continues to narrow in on where we are likely to see Ian going. Again, intensifying to a Cat 4. Let's work our way northward here toward Port Charlotte. And again, even as far inland as Arcadia, you might be seeing some of that pretty big storm surge. Again, upwards of 9 to 10 feet there. Let's keep working our way up the west coast of Florida. Now, look at Sarasota and look at Tampa. Again, things are improving a little bit for folks there that might have been starting to get a bit nervous. Again, this is one of the fastest growing portions of the United States, let alone Houston, Texas. There are millions of people that have moved to this part of Florida here over recent years that have not dealt with anything like this before. Bear in mind, there hasn't been a landfall in Tampa when you're talking major Category 3 and above since 1921. As it stands right now, based on the current path, it looks like there will not be a landfall there in Tampa. There's still plenty of time for this thing to change. We shall soon see, but an improving situation when it comes to the storm surge for Tampa Bay. Roughly 1 to 3, if not closer to 6 feet of storm surge for those spots. Again, I'm trying to be as optimistic as I can here, folks. But look as far northward, even up near the Big Bend, you're starting to see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge here. And as we advance out here a little bit more, well, you start to see these numbers beginning to creep up a little bit here, up toward Georgia, South Carolina, Charleston, Savannah, and even in Jacksonville here, upwards of near 6 feet of storm surge. So again, David, as we are seeing the NHC beginning to really narrow the path here, I see that you've got the storm surge graphic up there. Again, we're kind of the right mindset here, right? That it's starting to be a bit of a silver lining forecast for Tampa Bay, right? Especially as that storm didn't go more to the north and west. It's starting to come a bit more to the south. So those strongest winds, and therefore that storm surge, looks to be pushing far south. But that means that for spots to the south of Tampa Bay, again, that being the Fort Myers area, could be looking at a lot more storm surge than they were initially anticipating even just a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, no, that jog to the right this morning in Cuba really did change, as we talked about with the track. That really did change a lot of what we're seeing here. Not so much the rainfall, but especially the storm surge. And storm surge, to remind everyone, storm surge is associated with the motion of the storm. So as the hurricane is moving on the right front side, as it's moving, it's quite literally pushing the water up. And that water is being pushed up, and when a hurricane makes landfall, it pushes that water up on shore and does a lot of damage. And just to remind everyone, when it comes to infrastructure damage, that's storm surge. Please get out of the way. If you're close, if you're on shore and a storm surge is coming, it's bad news. This is what all of that major property damage is associated with. That's storm surge. Precipitation is usually associated with fatalities because precipitation is over usually a much larger area, and people don't expect, you know, a hurricane to dump 1 to 2 feet of rain like we're looking at with this one. So, Mike, I think that even though this is better for Tampa, because yeah, as you said, landfall in Tampa of this magnitude hasn't happened since the 20s, and Tampa just hasn't had to worry about this kind of hurricane resiliency for quite literally a century. So it's better for Tampa. It's still going to be a rough ride for everyone in this red area here of 8 to 12 foot anticipated storm surge.
So I'm going to take a look at some of the questions here coming in from the chat, David. We've got a lot, and we're starting to really see those numbers grow from people watching across all of the platforms that we are live in. So let's answer some of these questions here. And again, for people that are watching on YouTube, Facebook, you're in the app, wherever you are, ask us a question here in the chat, and we will try our best to answer them. We've got a lot going on here as Ian works its way northward, but we're going to try our best to answer as many of these questions as we can. So let's see here. So here's a question from Facebook.
We're starving,
here,
bro.
What is the worst side of the storm through Florida? Where are you estimating things to be the worst?
So it's going to be the front and the front right part for two reasons. Storm surge, as I just mentioned, front right is where this is favored. And to give you an extreme example of the opposite, if you remember when, or maybe you don't remember, is when Hurricane Irma made landfall on the southern side. Due to the northerly flow from Irma, because Irma was quite a sizable storm, the water actually went out of Tampa Bay, and people were walking in the bay, and that was interesting but not great. So yeah, for the storm surge, it's the front right. Now, after this storm makes landfall, what's going to happen with the storm is that it's going to start to be undergoing vertical wind shear, which we'll talk about in a little bit. That's going to make the storm tilt. That's going to change the thermodynamic characteristics of the storm down tilt, which is down shear. So that's going to promote even more rainfall. So generally speaking, if you're, since this is going to be such a rainmaker, if you're just along that direct track, quadrants aren't going to matter too much. I mean, if it's tilting down shear and it's moving in that direction, there's no way around it. But really the directional part of it.
Surge here for some locations. So again, 6 inches just to get to the bottom of the car, about a foot of water to lift a car, and that includes most SUVs, trucks, what have you, and roughly 2 feet of water to completely wash it away. Again, that's 2 feet. If I go back to this storm surge graphic here, anywhere where you're seeing yellow, That's representative of 3 feet of storm surge. Again, water that is being wind-driven and being pushed inland. So please keep that in mind, that, you know, if you come up even to like a flooded roadway here, potentially in the days after Ian, not a good idea to drive through those flooded roadways, really ever. As David mentioned before, people wading around in floodwaters. For one, you never know what's going to be in that water, let alone any kind of animals. Bear in mind, you know, there's sewers, right, around most of these municipalities. Things are going to come out of the sewers, so keep that in mind
I'm
as well.
keeping
Never a
myself
good
muted
idea,
for the
even
moment
for
so
your
I don't
health, to not wade through that kind of
crunch into the microphone.
But again, turn around, don't drown is definitely the rule of thumb when it comes to how to treat the aftermath, or even trying to deal with flooded out roadways. David, I have another question in here. To see it strengthening as it works its way up the southeastern coastline. I'll pull up the track here for you so we can take a look at that on the app.
Sure, and that actually is part of why the storm surge numbers have started shooting up around Jacksonville all the way up to the middle of South Carolina. So there is the possibility of this storm getting back over the Atlantic Ocean and making a second landfall in the southeastern United States. It's not unheard of for a storm to make landfall, weaken, and then re-intensify, particularly around the Florida Peninsula. Ivan from 2004 was basically a hurricane for like 3 weeks doing something like this. So it's usually at that point is duration over water and how warm the water is. The thing about what's going to be happening with Ian is that the shear numbers are going to be extraordinarily high. And my research has been differentiating between trough shear and ridge shear. Ridge shear, which it endured early on in its life associated with Fiona, isn't as bad as trough shear. Now it's going to be enduring trough shear, and that's going to be less good for it. So the chances of this re-intensifying to anything beyond tropical storm category 1 are generally pretty small. Some models are hinting that it will go back over water, but to expect another redevelopment of a major,
it has grown into a very large.
All right, so now let's take a look at something that we have yet to show. This is the tropical storm force winds, and this is within the My Radar app here, so I'll show you all how to access these. You need to go to the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards on the toolbar. Go into the hurricane tracker layer and turn on the wind speed forecast. Just for right now, I'm actually going to turn off the radar so we can get a really close look here. Anywhere where you're seeing that purple color, that is a 90 to 100% probability of those tropical storm force winds. We're talking 45 miles per hour and above. Now, look at the times here. I mean, just 13 minutes ago, we hit this. So folks in Key West are likely dealing with tropical storm force winds. We're going to try to see if we're able to pull up some live cameras from there, but we will continue to work on that. Over the course of the next 6 hours, those tropical storm force winds continue to track their way northward, and then into the overnight hours and into tomorrow. Folks in Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Sarasota, and St. Petersburg are likely to feel those tropical storm force winds. As we continue to work our way into midweek, again, 24 hours from now, effectively, if not even beyond that, folks in Tampa, Lakeland, Kissimmee, Orlando, Florida, you can see that blue dot on the map right there. That's us. That's the My Radar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Disney World is part of this as well. So for folks that maybe are here on a Disney vacation and Mother Nature was not on your side when it came to timing, just know that you are included in that risk as well. Incredibly strong winds working their way inland throughout the day on Wednesday. You can see Wednesday at 8 a.m. just to the southwest of Tampa St. Pete, and that extends for 12 hours through to Orlando and working its way into the Orlando suburbs there and northward. If I continue to zoom this out a little bit, that darker red color and even that pink color, that's when you start to see spots like Daytona Beach, Deltona, Palm Coast, Jacksonville, and even crossing the border there into Georgia. Over that next 12-hour span, we are likely to see those winds continue to extend inland here. So let me switch back on the radar here. We will turn off the wind speed forecast and go back to the cone. For those of you that are just joining us here, we are, again, watching Hurricane Ian as it works its way northward. Those outer rain bands really starting to push their way northward here into South Florida. Again, a tornado threat. Let me show you.
All right, I'm going to run
that.
this downstairs
We'll
real
turn
quick.
off the hurricane tracker, turn off the radar. and turn on the watches and warnings. That yellow color there, that is a tornado watch in effect for most of the Florida Keys, including Key Largo, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, the Homestead area. That's just one more thing you got to deal with, right, when you're dealing with tropical cyclones here. And we'll toss it over to David in a moment to break that down. Now, let me turn the radar back on, and we will turn those off, and the hurricane tracker layer once again. Again, those of you that are just joining us, let me turn that opacity up a little bit here. So the expectation, at least as of right now from the National Hurricane Center, is a landfall as a Category 3 hurricane right around tomorrow evening, pretty close to midnight. Not ideal when you are dealing with any kind of severe weather, when you are under the cover of night, whether it be tornadoes, landfalling hurricanes. When you can't see it, that really adds another level of intensity for sure here. So let's take a look at some of these chat questions here, David. We got some folks asking, we got Trent here watching on Facebook, will there be major winds in the Orlando area? So we talked about that a little bit, but maybe you could break that down for us a bit more. Again, these tropical storm force winds extending way far out from the eye wall, but again, you're still going to experience some real nasty winds from Ian, even before it makes landfall for folks in Central Florida.
Right, and there's something we have to talk about when it comes to hurricane intensity. When they actually calculate hurricane intensity, that is sustained, okay? So that is, I believe it's averaged over 3 minutes. It's something like that. It's different from different bases.
In eternity.
What?
In eternity. I mean, 3 minutes with winds that strong, not fun.
Yeah, basically it's like an eternity. And that varies basin to basin. I worked for the Navy for 10 years, so I might be conflating a little bit with the Western Pacific. But regardless, that's what they do, is sustain winds. That doesn't factor in gusts. So even though you may incur sustained winds of hurricane force, 50 to 60 mile per hour, you can still get gusts, it's called a gust factor. And that's usually the ratio of the gust to the base wind. So gust factor is usually 1.3 to 1.4. What that means is that you can experience gusts 30 to 40% higher than what the sustained wind is. So if we do some quick math in our head, if you have a sustained wind of 60 miles per hour, you can experience gusts of 80 to 90. And that's really what's going to get you here, is that if you just get because now we're going to be over land, it's going to get a little turbulent. You're going to get land forcings. If you're in Orlando, as I'm looking outside right now, you have some tall buildings. You're going to get a funneling effect around some of these buildings. So like I said, even though the sustained winds might be 50 to 60 miles per hour, due to these land effects, these funneling effects, you can experience gusts in excess of that as the storm is passing by, Mike. So that's something that we need to convey, is that even though you may think, oh, Category 1, I can handle 50 mile per hour. I don't know who's saying that. If you think that, you also have to factor in there are going to be gusts that are going to have 20 to 30% more wind than the sustained wind.
David, we got a few questions here coming into the chat regarding the track. Before we get to that, I want to show folks in the app once again the wind layer. This is likely to be a really interesting look at Ian as it works its way northward. You have two options in the app here: the winds at the surface and the air upstairs. 500 millibars, that's the jet stream. I like to tell folks, I guess this will date me a little bit here. If you remember the NSYNC music video from back in the day when they were the marionette puppets, right? The jet stream, I see David reacting there. The marionette at the top there, the puppet master, is the one pulling the strings. That's
got
like
a
what
coffee?
the jet stream is, right? It's an incredibly fast,
phone.
just highway of winds, and that is really going to steer down at the surface. Because again, hurricanes are closer to the surface than where the jet stream is here. Look at this. These are the surface winds just off the coast of Cuba. You can really see where it's starting to wrap around the eye. But check this out. I'm going to go back into the layers menu, tap on the winds, and go switch it over to the jet stream here. We've got opacity turned all the way up. We're going with Noah's color scheme here as well. And how about that? Look at the backside of the storm here. Again, this is the jet stream winds, folks. 500 millibars, way, way, way upstairs in the atmosphere here, working to steer Ian right on the path that the NHC has for it right now. So you have the winds, David, at the surface that are agreeing with the winds way up there. Again,
Bruh, Key West is about to get smacked.
Here that we've answered before, but we'll answer it again for folks that are just joining us here. How are the wind patterns affecting this track here, making it go more southern and eastern than where it was just a few hours ago, working its way more northward toward Tampa Bay?
Right. So the whole mystery of this whole track with Ian has been the ridge over the western United States and the trough over the eastern United States. And the question has been, is that trough?
The storm leaves ideally on Friday or Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take questions, I'd like to go ahead and let the Deputy Director and Emergency Management Chief Steve Lischauer share with you all of the activities that have been going on since we started at the level 2 and moved into level 1 this morning at 8 o'clock. Chief?
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Thank you, Congressman. Again, a lot of this will be reinforcing what Dr. Hope said earlier. We increased our evacuation level this morning. That includes mandatory A and B, voluntary C. If you are in levels A and B, which includes mobile homes, manufactured homes, RVs, nursing facilities, and acute care facilities, you need to go now. Please do not refuse to leave. Please take our instructions and directions seriously. This is a serious storm. Surge levels have increased per our 1 o'clock national weather call. Very big surge starting Wednesday, which is less than 24 hours from now. We could see 5-foot to 10-foot surge, and in some areas near that eye of that wall, and both the Congressman and Dr. Hopes talked, Venice Beach is not that far away from us. It wobbled, it can re-wobble. Near the wall, surge could be up to 10 to 15 feet. Please do not drive through high water. As we entered into what we call level 1 activation, you could see through the windows, we have an EOC full of our partners that ranges from law enforcement to fire to the power companies to utility companies. The Red Cross is here, the health department is here, state assets have already come into our EOC, out-of-county assets.
Okay, they're just talking about what's going on locally.
Really big rainfall totals, again, 2 feet of water falling from the sky, not something to mess around with.
No, and this is, again, goes back to the messaging about from the National Hurricane Center, is that the category is not the whole story. You know, there's a new one for you. Turn around, don't drown. Category is not the whole story. So rainfall is a really serious impact associated with this. And if you think back to what Ian was dealing with, you know, Ian was sheared.
Okay, there we go.
Fiona going
that comes back.
Oh, about a week ago. I feel like the storm has been around for quite a while.
We got another view of this cam, I think, back here.
As Ian started pulling itself together,
or up here maybe,
flow associated with the primary circulation, the swirling winds, is still picking up pieces of moisture that has been stretched over the Caribbean. Because, like I said, you know, the Caribbean
that's a little bit north,
exceptionally warm, so you just get some air, some
well, pretty far north actually.
Convection. So what Ian is doing, it's bringing a lot of moisture from the Caribbean along for the ride, and that's what's going to be dumping all of this rain on top of us. You know, I said in my video
that right there is already close to being damaging.
More rain
just even
than
this.
Faster moving ones. Harvey from 2017 is your big example. But sometimes in cases like this, where shear starts to mess with it when it's very young, you can actually get a much broader wind field and much broader rain field, and this is a little surprising. Mike.
David, we've got a few folks here in the chat asking about particular locations. Now, there's hundreds of you here in the chat here, so I want to reiterate a really great feature about the app here, and I'm not just trying to sell you on the feature of the app. It is an incredibly useful tool for situations such as
this app is pretty fucking fire. Even on the phone, it is dope. I think I'm gonna cop it real quick.
Charged up and you have cellular connectivity, you can still see where the storm is, all of the big factors at play, and you can even track power.
Marketing works, fellas.
As we'll do in just a moment. But someone here is asking in the chat about Palmetto, Florida. So here on the iPad, app, you can tap on the magnifying glass. We're going to tap in, or type in rather, Palmetto, Florida.
I want to use the VM.
Zoom in a little bit here. In fact, I will do that once again so you guys can see it here. Palmetto, Florida. And again, that's keying in there right around the Sarasota area. So David, what would be your personalized forecast for the person there that says they have a boat there?
How attached are you to that boat? Because
No, that's
if
not
you
what we want.
That's a real concern, right, for a lot of people that live on the west coast of Florida.
Right, and what's probably going to happen is that it's going to get beached. I know when I worked for the Navy, this was a big concern with landfalling hurricanes and typhoons. So, 2 or 3 days out, they would actually take the ships out of port and go loiter offshore and wait for the hurricane to pass. If your ships and boats are moored in the pathway of this thing,
okay, try it again.
It's probably going to wind up in, unfortunately, somebody's living room.
I'm going to go back here on our Twitter feed, David. I want to pull it up from earlier today. We have a view from space of this thing. Here it is. The ISS was able to capture Ian from space. Man, I think you can see this here. Let me take it in full. There it is. I mean, look at that, David. I mean, Mother Nature, is certainly very fickle, right? But, holy moly, look at that view there as this storm works its way northward. Again, only going to see it become stronger here over the coming hours. We've been chatting here, David, for about 45 minutes or so, and we've already seen it beginning to tick up and tick up.
Jeez, that thing looks crazy.
For the folks that live along the west coast of Florida, time is really running out. For people that live right on the coast of Florida, very likely you've been told to evacuate, and you should absolutely be paying attention to local emergency management officials and listening to them in terms of where to go and when to leave. I don't think we necessarily have any here just yet, but just in case here, if folks don't know, a feature in the My Radar app is the new power outages layer. And you can turn that on, and it will show you power outages in your area. And as it stands right now, and I guess this is certainly a good sign with a lot of these municipalities putting power lines underground for instances exactly like this, David, we are not seeing any power outages that have been tracked across South Florida here just yet. When, remember, there is that tornado watch in effect for South Florida. In fact, I'm going to turn on the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center here. We have not talked about this here just yet. That yellow color, let alone the tornado watch, which is in effect for the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Homestead area, there is a slight risk for severe weather today. That's a 2 out of 5 in the Storm Prediction Center scale. Orlando, where we are right now, David, as well as Central Florida, that strip right across I-4 and toward the Space Coast and Titusville, under a marginal risk for severe weather. We will likely see this tick up as well, folks, as we head into tomorrow. Why is it that we are dealing with a tornado threat here out ahead of the hurricane as it works its way toward the West Coast?
So tornadoes associated with hurricanes are usually associated with a hurricane that's undergoing vertical wind shear, because when it tilts, it changes the thermodynamics. In this case, what you're actually getting is from the rain bands. Now, the rain bands actually structurally, if you start breaking them down and look at the dynamics and thermodynamics, they're actually considerably different than the eye wall. They're actually quite different phenomenologically. That was a $5 word for you. But part of the rain bands is that since the physics and the dynamics of their generation are a little different, they can be more prone to tornadoes far away from the core. So what's going to be happening here is that as you start getting tornado genesis conditions favorable for tornadoes, these cells that are coming along onshore, because really when you think about what tornadoes like, why you get so many in the Central Plains, is because there aren't too many trees. It's generally flat. And for those of you who haven't been in southern Florida, it's the Everglades. It's flat. So there's not a lot of tree cover or mountains or hills to really disrupt a lot of the low-level dynamics that is necessary for tornadoes. And again, I think just due to this peculiarity of how Ian is pulling up all of this unstable air and moisture on its eastern and northeastern side, that's why it's setting a stage for tornado genesis. Or potential tornado genesis, excuse me.
David, something that we have not looked at here that I know you have that you're probably pretty pumped to see here. This is the velocity scan here of Hurricane Ian as it works its way northward here. Of course, when we're looking at a velocity image here, green representing winds going toward the radar site, winds going away from it are represented in the red. And of course, you see those values even higher when you start to see those oranges, blues, and purples here. So David, we're looking at Ian here on the velocity scan, courtesy of the radar there in Key West. What are we seeing here?
Well, you have to remember, right. So what you have to remember is that we have.
Oh man! So who's going to be heading down to Key West is the question.
Basically,
that's a fucking death trap.
Since
there's no way in or out.
It's basically at the farthest extent of the radar, and I believe that's about 2 miles up for the base scan, 2 to 3 miles up for the base scan. So what the scan is actually seeing are winds at 2 to 3 kilometers. 2 to 3 miles.
Describe that makes you
above the surface of the ocean. Excuse me. So that's what we're seeing. Is that as the storm gets closer, we will start to see winds closer to theirs. Now, the thing about hurricanes, which makes them unusual relative to what you see from like a mid-latitude trough.
Yeah, now it's really starting to fuck shit up over there.
Are at the surface. So as the hurricane starts coming closer and that beam starts intercepting scattering particles.
No audio from there. She looks happy. What the fuck is this dude doing down here? They are literally like humans, bro. If social media didn't exist, do you think people would be doing this? If social status by social media didn't exist, do you think people would do this? No, dude, they would be fucking out of there. They would be fucking gone. But the internet exists, so people do shit like this.
Yeah, no question. Hi, Christy. The challenge to this one is the speed in which it's moving. Of course, we haven't hit landfall yet. We're talking 24, 36 hours out. But what the track is anticipated to hit, as you said, on the west side that hasn't seen a hurricane in 100 years, but that this hurricane may stall, move slowly over land. And you couple the amount of rain that's predicted along with a 10-foot storm surge, which is really just a big wall of water coming from the Gulf of Mexico. Those two combining can make this a very deadly and dangerous hurricane.
Well, and you were speaking about that to me, that the storm surge is really where you can see, unfortunately, a lot of lives lost. So go into a bit more detail about what it does, especially when we know that this storm is moving pretty slowly over the area of Florida.
Yeah, it's moving super slow, which is like
we're really talking about, most people
a bad sign.
It's like a tidal wave. And so depending upon the force that this hurricane comes in off of the Gulf, which they're anticipating on that west side, anywhere from 6 to 10-foot wave just moving its way through an inland. And that can go up to a half a mile inland. So you may be on the coast thinking you're safe, but here comes this tremendous wave of water that's going to come, coupled with the rainfall. It overwhelms the ground supply, the storm drains. It can't drain. It's knocking down power lines. It's knocking power out.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck?
Big challenge for
Okay, good. Right. Okay, vamos a la playa. Está recto, ¿no? Me dijo, ¿no? La playa. No, la playa está recto, la playa.
So unfortunate, dude.
¿Cuánto tiempo? 5 minutos. Okay.
Let's see what bro's doing. He said he's playing Valorant. This guy lives in Florida. I don't. Yeah, he's playing Valorant. Action Man's in Florida too. I'm pretty sure bruh just moved there too. Like, and bought a fucking house. That's gonna. Wow. Hold on.
A little further south, I thought?
Yeah, because it's now looking like 4 miles to 6 miles.
What the fuck is up with their audio, dog?
Contraflow system where they can change the direction of the freeways to egress. And it's one of the few states in the entire nation that requires gas stations to have emergency generators on those evacuation freeways so that people can get fuel if necessary. So they're really good about being able to move people, heed the advice, get out, board up. You can always come back. Be safe.
And Mark, thinking about then once people are returning and then they're going to have to assess the damage, that's why it's so important that they are doing all these preparations ahead of time, because then when they come back, they already had all their video evidence, their photos of their homes, so that they can see the difference that may have been left behind because of this hurricane. And then I know a lot of people too are going to have a long road to recovery depending on how much damage they may have seen.
Yeah, without question. And you know, with phones nowadays, you can quickly go through your house and just do a video, and you're in essence chronicled all your possessions.
Hey, what's going on?
That's very easy to do, very simple. Take it with you, and you've got a good chronological log of what's there in case you have to, you know, hopefully not many people do, but you have to recover from this. You have to remember too, it's not just people's homes, but it's the business, it's the infrastructure. And
Did this lady start talking yet? Dude, their audio is screwed. Alright, we'll go back to my radar and see what they're talking about.
To a forward operating base somewhere else to avoid the storm if it is indeed going over Lakeland. So what the hurricane hunters now are doing are what are called center fixes. So the most important thing, on the Air Force planes, they have what's called the SMRF, the Step Frequency Microwave Radiometer. That allows them to shoot down from the belly of the plane. And that allows
I'm great. I'm not in Florida.
Over the ocean, you know.
I'm just watching. Every year when tropical storms come up, I watch.
Trying to find the minimum winds to figure out exactly where the center is.
This just so happens to be the first year where I stream it.
Now that the Hurricane Center is now undergoing landfall operations. So you should.
Thank you for asking, though.
Updates every hour because it's within radar. The aircraft will corroborate that, and you'll see the updates come every 3 hours opposed to every 6. Now the NOAA Hurricane Hunters, there are 3 NOAA Hurricane Hunters. There are 2 WP3D Orions from the 60s. They have the instruments. They have what's called a tail Doppler.
I'm gonna be keeping this live for.
When you have radar on the ground, as we were showing in the app, that allows us to
probably until it dissipates in Florida.
Radar. These planes have radar.
So probably a while after it hits land, I'll be keeping it live and just going back and forth between storm chasers, news, stuff like that. When it dies down for a little bit, we'll transition to some gaming too. But I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on it for an indefinite amount of time right now. What are the words?
The storm is about to become really intense, or already is really intense. It probably is vertically stacked. So, but the primary missions now are on center fixes. The Hurricane Center needs to know where.
No fucking shot.
Accurate representation of where the center of these storms are. That's what they're doing, Mike.
No, I would not.
All right, so for folks that are watching in the chat here, now is your last chance to get some questions in before we wrap things up. We're, of course, going to be coming back at you live at right around 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Of course, that's when we have the next big track update from the National Hurricane Center.
You said 40K a month, maybe. I didn't see a month. I might, yeah, for 40K a month.
Now beginning to really hone things in.
I had to think about that for a second.
Start to see a really good idea where the best and brightest in tropical meteorology, I like to call them the Navy SEALs of tropical meteorology. That being the folks.
I read it as 40K a year for some reason.
Those folks, and he's on our team. So
but 40K a month,
again,
maybe.
He's one of the best and brightest. they are really beginning to narrow down that track, and we'll have a really good idea as to where Ian is headed as it approaches the west.
If it was proposed to me like 40K a month to go
what's up with Brevard
live among the
County,
wreckages of a fucking hurricane, I don't think so.
well, I can tell you this. I've got the rain alerts turned on from the My Radar app, and I just got an alert about 10 minutes ago that we are looking at moderate to heavy rain arriving in about 10 minutes. So right outside right now, it's likely going to start pouring rain here in just a few moments. And looking at the app here, you can see a lot of heavy rain beginning to work its way northward. I believe I'm using now, the Tampa St. Pete radar station there. So West Palm Beach just getting dumped on by rain. And
what happened to Key West?
Of Ian, mind you.
There we go. These people are crazy, man.
Beach and Sebastian with some of those stronger range now approaching.
I was just talking about this a minute ago. Do you think?
David, for the folks that maybe have been
Do you think that if the internet didn't exist, people would be here doing shit like this? Because I don't. People are like over here taking pictures.
Magic Kingdom with a lot of heavy rain and likely not going to be stopping at least until maybe even.
It's crazy to me to look at it.
But we've got folks asking in the chat here, David.
And this cam's starting to shit out.
On this in terms of the questions from folks. What can the east coast of Florida?
You could rent a jet for like 50K and get out of there quick, probably.
A lot about the west coast. Storm surge numbers are really off the charts there. Could potentially be one that meteorologists are studying for a long time afterward, particularly with how vulnerable that part of the continental shelf is. But on the eastern side, as we see Ian work its way northward along I-4, what can those folks anticipate here as the strongest winds begin to arrive into the next 24 36 hours?
Sure. So because Ian's wind field is so broad, there will be a storm surge, probably on the eastern coast of Florida, probably 1 to 3 feet, because since Ian is moving away from.
I hate that it does that.
Shore, you're not getting that pushing effect, that storm surge effect. Carolinas are might have to worry about that, but the eastern coast of Florida, the storm surge isn't going to be that big a deal. It's going to be
people are fucking crazy. I know.
Because, like I said, because Ian's wind field is so large.
I know that I would definitely not be doing this.
But that's not,
I would be getting the hell out of there. And they're talking about Key West is about to get hit here soon.
Okay. So I think
tonight around midnight, I think.
Things up here. It's always a blast getting to chat with you, and this is our first experience with having you live here in the studio, breaking down a tropical cyclone and what could potentially be a rather historic one for Western Florida.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining us. We will, of course, have Dr. David here throughout the rest of our afternoon. He'll be back with us at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So if you did not have your question answered,
thanks, Dr. Dave.
Right now, you'll
appreciate
have the opportunity to ask him here in not too long. A couple of other updates for you. My Radar Storm Chaser Aaron Jajak is here in the Sunshine State driving the My Radar car. He is on his way south as we speak. Right now, he's got all of his gear. There's plenty of gas in the car, so we will have some live images from Aaron. We're hoping later this evening, but we want to make sure, of course, that Aaron, as well as meteorologist Matthew Capucci, are in a safe place, because even though they are certainly experts in their field, of course, we want to be sure that they are in a safe place. So meteorologist Matthew Capucci is on the way south right now, along with Storm Chaser Aaron Jajak. Trying to think of what else here. Of course, a big shout out to our guys.
Yeah, what? I don't remember what hurricane it was.
On the strings. I don't know what we would do without the technical crew of My Radar. Any and all of the content that you see on the My Radar channel, whether it be the animations, the videos, these live streams, things in the studio, that's all because of the folks behind the scenes, the unsung heroes of the My Radar team. So big shout out to Matt, Damian, Jack. You guys are awesome. We've got Erica Lopez.
I'm breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief as I see that track move a little bit further south. But bear in mind that even if it avoids Tampa, it's going to hit somebody and there will be pain inflicted. But I lived through
there will be
5
pain.
years ago with Irma.
That's so sad,
very
man.
Close to a catastrophic
it's
event in Tampa. I know Mayor Jane Castor.
The thing for me is like every year. It's every year now. This isn't like once in a fucking blue moon. This is every fucking September. There's a storm that hits crazy. What the hell is going on? CNN White House. Jeez. But yeah, every year there's a storm that hits. And I don't see the fucking point of living anywhere on this in the part of the Gulf. Like, I think they should just vacationize all this shit and build it so it can withstand storms and people can vacation there, and that's fucking it. And that's it. That's it. Or let it go back to nature. Just give it back to nature. You know, people should not be fucking living anywhere where all these storms, because it happens every year. It's a liability to move there. My opinion.
Of course, meteorologist Matthew Capucci,
Is he still talking
Erica
about
Lopez, and storm chaser Aaron Jack are all standing by. We will have my...
Okay, dude.
And that's what these events are the equivalent of. Our folks need us. They need us to perform. They need us to excel. They need us to be prepared. They need us to be thoughtful. They need us to give them information so that they can make their own decisions. But at the end of the day, this is when government needs to rise to the occasion. This is when mayors rise to the occasion. And certainly from what I've seen of the mayors in the Bay Area, they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, we've been hearing certainly a lot of updates also from those officials, whether they're in the Tampa area or all across Florida, really. And I think that's a key part, too, is that people are trying to find the correct information. That's one of the people they may look to is their elected mayor or their city officials. And so this really is an important few days and hours, and especially even after the storm, too, making sure people get back.
I wish Twister Chasers would come up.
They're getting back safely. So as residents are preparing to leave, I know a lot of people already had a mandatory.
What was a year ago?
Some people were volunteering.
It was Hurricane Ida that hit
some things that they should think about as
Louisiana last year. I remember watching that. I remember watching Ida.
Well, ideally, they would have had a plan already, and they would be executing on the plan right now. I know that is wishful thinking. A lot of longtime Floridians think that they can withstand any hurricane because they have withstood others. But every hurricane is different.
Hurricane Sally?
You have a plan. You execute on that plan.
I don't remember that.
You know where you're going. You know who's going with you. You made your preparations. You've identified all of the places.
Hurricane ETA in the Florida Keys.
Take with you. You've secured your house. And if you're in an evacuation zone like I am, you evacuate. The key is to pay attention to the local government officials.
That was a year ago.
This is not about politics. This is not a Democrat or Republican thing. If you don't listen, although you may be inconvenienced,
It was called Hurricane Ada?
and this storm may blow by, I would rather you be inconvenienced.
That's a weird
than have
name.
it come for you in a body bag. So think about that and think about your family as you make these decisions. Hopefully, folks in flood zone A have already evacuated, as I have. My wife is a doctor at Tampa General Hospital. She is on the team that is there for emergency, so she will be living there for the next 5 days. But I took the rest of our
So
family
Tampa's supposed to take the biggest hit,
to what
huh?
the mayor said, and we evacuated. And so
Oh yeah, this is progressively getting worse now. Look at that. They're gone now.
and all of the exit routes are increasingly busy. And so hopefully you were smart enough to do it before you got to that point.
Yeah, and that's something I'm sure you guys year after year.
Has anybody seen any damage in Cuba?
Items ready to go, so that if it does start to come upon you quicker, you are ready to leave your house.
I feel like media is hard to come by from in Cuba.
In Florida, who've also already heeded those warnings. They
If you do, link it up.
Evacuate their homes, just as you said you have. And then let's just kind of talk about after it makes landfall. What's going to be some of the important things residents do? It's probably still listening to their weather updates and listening to officials when it'd be safe to get back.
Well, and that's exactly right. And particularly as you think about coming back into the city, if there has been widespread damage.
Oh no, they're not gone now.
Power lines down, if there are a lot of trees falling.
They back.
Don't rush back. Wait till we get the clear to go, because otherwise you are just impeding the public safety officials, the police, the fire personnel who are trying to get in there or trying to check
At least
out,
that guy was in and out.
trying to look for people who stayed. God forbid, look for casualties. So let them do their jobs. Let the power companies come in and do their job and try and restore power. I will tell you, Christy, as I was leaving Tampa, heading up the interstate, there must have been 500 power.
Let's see what's popping with some Twister Chaser people. These guys are probably going to stock up. Yeah, stream went down over here.
Goliath of tornado. Pull up and I'm like, oh goodness.
What's the strongest tornado you've ever seen?
I don't know. Probably Chapman.
Yeah.
Perryville was a close second.
Perryville was very strong.
Ah!
Yours is probably.
Ah!
Probably. Yeah, my claim to.
You know, Christy, I never thought that I'd be in a position to quote Mike Tyson as a mayor, but Tyson famously said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, the Tampa Bay area and areas south are about to get punched in the face. So all of the best laid plans, please understand that elected officials and folks need to adapt. They need to make decisions on the fly. It's not going to be perfect. What you did in anticipation of this changes by the minute. And so be patient, look out for your neighbors, listen to your elected officials, and we're going to get through this with a little prayer and a little preparation and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and hard work by so many people, not just the officials, but as you mentioned, too, all of those others who have come to the state to lend an extra hand during these next few days and even after to help with the recovery as well. We do appreciate you giving us a little bit more insight, especially on the preparedness from the city's side and our officials' side of things. Bob Buckhorn.
Why'd I type in Ida?
On Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate you so much for being here with us, and we hope you and your family and your wife and everyone stay safe.
Thank you, Christy.
And Live Now from Fox, we'll continue our coverage right here for you, especially as that storm continues to track towards Florida. We'll step away for a brief break, continuing to give you more officials, press conferences and updates that are going to take you out to Lee County in Florida coming up after this break.
So we got most of it covered. At least what's popping right now. And I mean, what's available. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Habibi. Hugo. Was that last year? Alright, we could chill with that music. Ah. Ha! He went offline. Holy shit. Yeah, this dude's stream is fucking wrecked.
It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be very, very exciting.
These guys, man.
It's gonna be exciting. So when's gonna be your next road trip? Well, my next road trip will be
Exciting saying the least, dude. Yo, get out of there. Get out of there, man. Yeah, this dude's stream is just kapoots. Kapoots!
The thing about Wilma is Wilma happened during the nighttime. So imagine being in a hurricane at night. Those are the scary ones. Because when the hurricane comes through at night, you just hear the wind howling and the house shaking. In the daytime, you can see the palm trees moving. You can get some type of idea of what's going on in the daytime. Who's spamming? Who's spamming?
Stop
Somebody's
spamming.
Hey, Alex, slow down with the...
One happened in 1989.
I'm reading you, man.
Ian is
Slow
getting
down.
as strong as Hugo. Let's hope not.
Pitch black? Let me see if I can fix it.
It's
You guys
supposed to
can't see
be.
anything?
Yeah, it's supposed to be your category 4. They're saying it's going to
Come
grow
on,
to category 4 here within the
Ida
night.
was scary in 2021. I also went through Sally in Alabama. Why
Hold
you
on, Habibi,
snitching,
I'll call
man?
you.
Random videos is from Montgomery, Alabama. He definitely ain't snitching, okay? No, there's no snitching in Montgomery, Alabama. So, Alex, you need to calm down, bro. Relax, Bobby. Anyways. Oh, Ida was bad. Yeah. Baton Rouge, my gosh, Louisiana's got it bad. So, I went through Hurricane Sally in Montgomery, Alabama. And let me tell you, while the 3 famous storms I've been through in Florida were pretty bad, never underestimate the power of Sally in Alabama. Because Sally, we had a giant tree. When I mean giant, I mean like the diameter of this tree was 4 feet. Maybe all the way up to, the height of that roof right there. Diameter was like giant tree left leaning over my house after Hurricane Sally in Alabama. And we had no power for 5 days. So never underestimate the power of Hurricane Sally as well. So I've been through Irma, Wilma, Charley, and Sally in Alabama. I think that was the name of it. Was it Sally that made it all the way to Montgomery? I don't know. There was one hurricane that made it all the way to Montgomery. And after that hurricane, we didn't have power for 5 days. So this is not my first rodeo. I've been through several hurricanes from Alabama, Lehigh, Naples, Golden Gate Estates. So we've been through a few. It ain't 1 or 2. It's definitely not our first rodeo. Roger, so you were outside in the eye wall of Wilma. So with Wilma, I stayed in the Golden Gate Estates off of 45th or 46th. And with Wilma, I wasn't really in the eye wall, but I was in the eye wall, but I wasn't in the eye. The storm, I think it was Irma that we were in the eye of Irma. We were in the eye for again, I was just on the edge of the eye. I've never been wall to wall eye, but I've been on the eye wall and then come out the other side. Charley, we were on the eye wall. Well, the thing about Charley was we were 2 miles from the beach in North Naples. So we were kind of in the eye wall. I mean, we get 121 mile per hour winds with, but that one, we didn't get both sides of the wind. I think Irma, I stayed in the Golden Gate Estate. So with Hurricane Irma, we saw the wind was blowing in one direction. We went through the eye, it stopped, and then we went through the other side. But I think Wilma was scary because Wilma was during the nighttime. Wilma was terrifying. And then after Wilma, we were stuck in the Golden Gate Estates for 2 weeks because the vehicle that we went in, come on, Katie, let's go. About to have me arrested out here taking all your time. The vehicle that we went in, couldn't get out because the Golden Gate Estates, it took a week or two. It took forever for Everglades Boulevard to dry up. So Everglades Boulevard was swamped out for 2 weeks. And during that whole time, we ended up, staying out there and waiting for the storm to pass, the water to go away. So we were stuck in the Golden Gate Estates for 2 weeks. So I really hated, but I was a kid during Wilma. I was kind of young, so I was at the mercy of other people, but I hated Wilma. It wasn't that it was the worst storm, it's just it was a storm that inconvenienced me for the longest. So Katie, while you were inside the store, a manager came out and said he called the cops on me for recording. Because he said, why don't you get it in paper bags, bro?
Because it's raining?
Anyways, while I was in the store, while you were in the store shopping, this old guy came by. This old guy was like, "What are you doing with a camera?" And I was like, "I'm live streaming." He's like, "Ugh," and he walked away, right? And then he told the manager, and the manager came outside, says, "You can't record inside the store." I'm like, "Dude, I'm outside the store, bro."
I'm in public domain.
Yeah. And well, anyways, you know the Publix and Buck.
We look at it in three ways. It's before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm. And before the storm, we try to get that message out to get your non-perishables, you know, secure your homes, and make sure that you're ready for several days without electric if need be. During the storm is most important. We want you to be at your location. We want you to be safe, and also understand, and we stress the fact that once the winds hit a sustained 45 miles per hour, law enforcement, emergency personnel are not going to respond. So God forbid someone does need 911 and they dial, a law enforcement officer is not going to respond until it's safe to. I will ensure absolutely the second it's safe, we will begin answering calls immediately without hesitation in priority. Also, don't leave your homes unless you have to. Sometimes things look like they're safe. Downed power lines, you know, the bridges are, you know, another one. I mean, we are going to let those bridges naturally flow, and we're going to continuously monitor them by patrol and also by the latest and greatest technology at the Real-Time Intelligence Center. But we want you to stay off the roadways. Let's get this storm or whatever it brings us past us to ensure that you get out there and you're safe when you do. The county's done a great job with our shelters. We will be manning the shelters to make sure people are safe. And again, we will get through this. The great residents of this county and the state of Florida, we're no stranger to these storms, but we ask that you work with us and help us make certain that you're safe. And thanks for being here today.
We'll take questions if you have them. Yes, ma'am.
How much space do we have at these shelters, and what should they not bring?
Sandra?
Yeah, we feel confident that we're able to adequately support the number of people in the evacuated areas that we feel will be seeking the shelters. And in people who are going to be coming to the shelters, we do ask that you bring any essential supplies, medications. If you're bringing pets, please bring food, a cage for your animals, leashes. We don't have cots at shelters, so please bring something to sleep on, a pillow, and some entertainment, books, because if you do, power goes out, then you can't charge your devices. So just bring anything that you feel that would make you comfortable. Keep in mind that there could be crowding at the shelters, so try not to bring too much stuff. When you enter, you'll get a small area in the shelter to reside in during that time.
Before Irma, I believe you issued an order 2 to 3 days before impact. We expect impact tomorrow. Did you kind of consider issuing this order before? What stopped you, and what kind of changed overnight?
We did consider calling for evacuation yesterday, but given the uncertainty of the path, the timing just wasn't right. And so the current path with the anticipated impacts of the storm meets all the criteria that we use for calling for evacuation. And the areas being evacuated are small compared to the evacuations during Irma. You may recall that Irma covered the entire state with hurricane force winds. This storm was much smaller. We don't expect nearly the same kinds of wind velocities that we saw during Irma. So calling for evacuation today is a perfectly reasonable decision. Stacy?
Roger, a lot of new people to Lake County and to Florida. What message do you have for those folks that are new to our state and our county?
People who have moved to Lee County in the last several years after Hurricane Irma, which of course was the last storm, is they should stay tuned to the local television stations and news outlets for all of their information, and we will continue to provide storm information to the TV stations and others, so that people will then they'll know exactly how to react, whether it's evacuation or picking up all of the furniture in their yard and debris so that it doesn't blow and damage neighbors' homes. So it's a lot of common sense. But if you're in the evacuation zone, go ahead and leave. You know, take your time, but go ahead and leave now. But otherwise, pay attention to the TV stations. Yes, sir.
Kevin, what advice do you have for people in Fort Myers Beach or Sanibel that decide not to go?
Well, if they people on the barrier islands who decide not to go, they do so at their own peril. The best thing they can do is leave. With the kind of tidal surge we're talking about, it would not be uncommon for both islands to be overwashed, and it's a dangerous place to be. We cannot, by law, force people off the islands, but we strongly recommend that they go. Yes, sir.
As far as trash and yard waste goes, are you advising residents to still put that out today? Are we still picking those up, those items up to make sure that they're not, flying around in the case of strong winds?
If you're in the evacuation zone A and partial B zone, partial evacuation zone and B, that you not put your trash out. Everyone else, go ahead, put their trash out. We'll be picking up today based on the regular schedule, and then we'll see how the storm progresses, and we can announce later today or tomorrow about future trash pickup days. Yes, ma'am.
We still have residents asking about sandbags. Do you know the status of that? Will there be any available today?
Sandra.
We did have the sand locations out yesterday. Many of them were depleted, so there may still be some sand drops locations that are available. You can contact your fire districts if you're still looking for some sand.
How many people do you expect to leave, and how many people kind of live in these zones?
So there are about 250,000 people who live in the evacuation zones that we've outlined, and we would anticipate about 10%. Based on history, 10% to leave.
Is there a place you advise people to kind of go? A certain area that you think would be, a better place to evacuate?
Simple enough to pay attention to the forecast track of the storm as it progresses. And first, if the people are going to leave, find a relative or friend outside the evacuation area, outside the effects of the storm as first choice. Second choice, go to one of the shelters, one of the 10 shelters, and as a last resort, stay at home. It's depending on where you live, sheltering at home is not a bad option, but people will have to make their own decision.
Lastly, can you just briefly go over Zone A and Zone B, which areas, name the locations?
Sandra.
Yeah, and we'll be posting a map. It'll be important to direct residents to the map because then they can see where they live pinpointed to that map. But essentially, Zone A is all the barrier islands and all the coastal areas and leading up to the borders next to the river, the Caloosahatchee River. And there'll be some areas down in the Bonita area closer to the Imperial River. So again, important for everyone to look at that map. And then, as was stated earlier, Zone B, the only Zone B that is called for is south of Veterans in Cape Coral.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, did media want to stick around?
Thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Our track here showing us exactly where we will see landfall being made at a Category 3. It's going to be hitting, it looks like the center of the storm.
I'm back at Rooney.
A little bit south of Tampa now. We have been talking
Sorry
with
about that.
a number of our officials, as well as bringing you press conferences from all
Okay.
across the state as well. We do have a St. Petersburg.
What time are we
officials
looking at Key
speaking
West?
Next after this.
I am going to, now that I'm kind of caught up on what's going on, I'm going to take a break and we're going to... Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna check back hourly and see what's going on. Key West looks like it's going through some shit right now. The winds are starting to pick up. Yeah, look at dude's shirt. It's flapping pretty damn good. These guys, I don't know where they are. These guys are Fort Myers.
It's gonna be a madhouse. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna charge up all my devices. I'm gonna prepare all my things I gotta prepare, you know, for my household. I'm in the truck again.
No, I won't get off this.
Oh yeah!
Dude.
Oh, look at that squatted truck, man! That thing squatted.
I'll come
I'm
over
in my
here
truck.
and look.
Okay, so with the truck, we can, and I got a full tank of gas. So we're gonna do some awesome reporting for you guys.
Thanks.
Make sure
bro.
you hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. I would love to see this video get to 250 likes before the end of the live stream. That would be awesome. I would love to see 250 likes, guys. If we can get to 250 likes,
damn,
that would be awesome. All restaurants are closed. Even the Waffle House was closed, so that should give you an indication. It's time to go home. I got rained on. Put my final load of laundry.
We're gonna go look through one more time and see if anything.
Take a shower because you know once power goes out, you're not gonna be able to shower anymore. Take a shower early.
If not,
I'll get on the computer and I'll do an
we're gonna
edited
put it on
video
standby,
for you guys.
and I'm gonna go into the next segment of the
250
stream,
likes, that's
and we'll
awesome,
keep
bro.
an eye on it.
I mean, to think that we've been able to hold 200 people on this live stream through most of it is incredible.
Our St.
I hope we can hit like 500 people during the hurricane. I mean, we gotta get you guys.
Well, we are going to move into the next section of the stream, I believe, and that is memes and videos and reaction time and shit, dude. Vicstar's live on fucking Fertnit.
See, I'm still in my fiance's office. I stole it.
We'll shut my radar down for now.
What else do we have? Have I met Bez's daughter? No, I have not. I have not.
Okay.
And I don't think I will until I'm back from my big travels next month. But what a momentous thing. What a legendary thing. How exciting. Is Con working in the office? Yeah, I'm
Alright, let's go home and see what's on the feed, dog. Let's just see what's on the feed, dog. Maybe I should, maybe I should, log out and switch my account. No dank. Okay. Let's see here. I have not been keeping up, so forgive me if I am reacting to reactions and we're going reactception in this bitch, alright? Forgive me. 'Cause that's what's gonna be happening. Probably a few times. Probably a few times.
I'm kidding. Dude, get ready. I'm about to be banned off this platform right before TwitchCon because you have not seen sucking like this before on stream. Ooh, wee. Let's take a look.
That was a very good job.
Okay, so
You've done that before.
I have once in a while, but a number of years.
Thank you very much.
So, your whole family, you saw the Letitia James presser.
Terrible.
Okay. What was your reaction?
Well, she campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump, and we're going to indict him. We're going to get him. She knew nothing about me. I never heard of her. But I saw this woman. I saw the statement she was putting out without knowing anything. And she said, we're going to get him. Her whole campaign was based on that. And then she came after us. We've been going over this for years. And I actually thought, because our values are really high, the company is great. I built a great company. You take places like this, so many other places that I have like this, frankly. I mean, just among the finest places anywhere in the world. I actually thought that they would never bring a case, and she brought it. And the reason
He thought they'd never bring a case to the Trump organization because they're the best organization. No organization has done it like they've done it.
Thought because she didn't have a case. I was of the impression
After
she
campaigning
wanted
on
to
vow
settle.
to go after Donald Trump, New York AG files lawsuit against his business and family. Okay, so let me rewind. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I know the FBI raid happened.
The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, Mr. President, good to see you.
Bro, you are about to watch such unfiltered sucking. I'm not even kidding.
Oh,
Dude,
this is going to be fun.
Get ready. I'm about to be banned off this platform right before TwitchCon because you have not seen sucking like this before on stream. ooh wee. Let's take a look.
That was a very good job.
Okay, so I
You've
get
done that before.
I have once in a while, but a number of years.
Thank you very much.
So, your whole family, you saw the Letitia James
Terrible.
presser.
Terrible.
Okay. What was your reaction?
Well, she campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump, and we're going to indict him, we're going to get him. She knew nothing about me. I never heard of her. But I saw this woman, I saw the statement she was putting out without knowing anything. And she said, we're going to get him. That her whole campaign was based on that.
That must be
Then
weird.
she came after us. We've been going over this for years. And I actually thought, because our values are really high, the company is great. I built
That
a great
chat,
company.
bro.
You take places like this, so many other places that I have like this, frankly. I mean, just among the finest places anywhere in the world. I actually thought that they would never bring a case, and she brought it. And the reason I
He thought they'd never bring a case to the Trump organization because they're the best organization. No organization has done it like they've done it.
thought, because she didn't have a case, I was of the impression she wanted to settle. But I had a problem.
Guys!
Because how do you pay something, even if it's a small amount of money, if you're not guilty? This was just a continuation of a witch hunt that began when I came down the escalator at
Say it. Say she's racist.
Trump Tower.
Excuse
with
me.
Who would know, our great
She's
future
racist.
First Lady,
Excuse
who's
me.
done a great job, and people love her. But we came down the escalator, and it started. But I'm so proud of what we did. We had the strongest border in the country. We had the biggest tax cuts and regulation cuts. We had the best employment ever in the country. We were energy independent.
That's
We did things
fucking.
that
That's fucking hilarious. Great border. Border wall's been breached more than 3,000 times. Fucking cut taxes. Trump tax cuts help billionaires. Unemployment like never seen before. Unemployment goes down triple fold.
that nobody ever thought possible. We would have been
Yeah.
energy dominant throughout the world in a very short period of time.
Nobody
much
thought
larger
that.
than Russia, much larger than Saudi Arabia put together. We were all set. And then they came along and they just dismantled that. They wouldn't finish the wall. The wall was completed. The original section was completed. I said, let's do more. We did more. He could have had that finished in 3 weeks. And now you have millions and millions of people pouring through. We had the strongest border in history. And by the way, that included drugs, too.
Millions and millions of people pulling through. Experts point to a number of reasons for the increase, including environmental disasters and economic woes in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. In other cases, such as Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, economic problems have been compounded by political repression. Migrant detentions at the Mexican border.
We had drugs down 19% from what they were the previous year and 20% from what they were that previous year. We were doing
I love
great,
that.
and now the drugs are pouring into our country at a level that nobody's seen. And the people, they're emptying out their prisons.
Experts say it takes time after someone enters the U.S. for them to be subjected to sex or labor trafficking. And there aren't any statistics yet for the start of Biden's presidency. The number of drug seizure events is up 11% in the first 3 months of 2021.
Into the
all of
United
these
States.
issues. Let me go back to Letitia James. Did you
Yeah,
ever in your
he's like, come on, bro. Brody, you're spitting too hard right now, okay? Let's get back to Letitia. Can you say some racist shit about her, please?
life fill out a loan application running the Trump organization?
Come on.
Well, you know, we make loans, but I have very
gotta
little
pee.
debt.
I was told that in your financial statements, when you make a loan application, and you can confirm or if you know
Yeah.
this or not know this, do you put in a caveat that actually says these are our valuations?
Yeah.
Because I don't know a lending institution, a bank, a financial institution that would lend money to anybody and just go by the borrower's estimation, evaluation of a particular property. So
We have a disclaimer right on the front. And it basically says, you know, get your own people, you're at your own risk. So don't rely on the statement that you're getting. And by the way, it goes on for like a page and a half. It's a very big disclaimer. It's a very powerful disclaimer. It basically says to an institution, you're going to loan money, you have to go out and make sure that, you know, you get your own appraisers, your own lawyers, everything. These are banks that have the best lawyers in the world, Sean. This is the only case, by the way, that got paid back. Just so you
everybody's
know.
paid back. Nobody got harmed.
I never
There's no harm.
got a default. No, I paid him back because we have a lot of cash. I paid him back.
Dude, this is the worst thing that could have happened to Trump because it also like kind of implies that he's a broke boy. It's like a double whammy. You know what I mean? Like we have the most cash.
paid many of them off. I have very little debt, unbelievably little
You
debt.
paid the loans off. So
Yes, you are right. Trump is in the rookie hole. This is a classic rookie hole mistake. He's attacking Letitia James because he's in the rookie hole. He can't see it.
So there was no harm, no foul.
No bank, they didn't lose money.
So you told every institution what you believe the valuation is. They have a fiduciary responsibility before they give you $100 or $200 or $300 million to buy a property. They have that responsibility to come up with their own valuation because they've got their own bosses and shareholders that they have to answer to.
So they would look at a property like this. I don't even have a mortgage on this property. I don't have a mortgage on most of my properties. You know, I used to read where I was overextended and he had so much money borrowed. And I'm saying, what are they talking about? I mean, you look at this asset. She has this down at $75 million. I can tell you it's many times that number. She said, oh, he valued it at 75 or whatever it was, or she valued it at 75. What does Letitia James know? But if I were going, I don't have a mortgage on this property. If I was going
She doesn't know how to do it. Yeah, no rookie hole. She does. She crunched the numbers herself, dude.
put a mortgage on this property, the institutions are going to be coming over. They're going to go through comparable properties all over Palm Beach or whatever it is, wherever it may be, Miami. We have them all over. We have tremendous properties. And again, we have very little debt. The debt we did have, it was paid current. The banks made a lot of money. She's trying to defend banks that got paid off. She's trying to defend banks that had unbelievable legal talent. I will tell you that. They're very good.
Welcome back to Hannity reporting tonight from Mar-a-Lago.
All right, let's get the good stuff. Let's get the good stuff. Get your balls out of my face, I say. Or rather, Sean Hannity says to Donald Trump, because it's in the way of me sucking your cock. Let's take a look at what else happened here.
From earlier today with President Trump. Let's talk about where we are right now. We're at Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
Where were you when you heard that your personal home was being raided? And what did you think?
I was in New Jersey.
Your personal home.
I got a call in the morning from somebody that's here. You know, person works. Sir, the FBI just came in. I said, what? The FBI? Who? And they go, the FBI. And I said, how many people? Many, many people, sir. Many, many people. And I couldn't believe it. And they wanted to do it quietly, silently. And I said, what do you mean silent? They're not silent, because I watched the way they were so horrible to so many people that you know and that I know that are good people, where they just attacked them at the house. And
bro, there is no world. I was so right. I was so fucking right, dude. The FBI literally was like, please, please, sir, can we just do this in the least invasive way? I literally called this when it happened. Oh my God. Why did you make it seem like they just came out of fucking nowhere, dickhead? It's such a classic FBI move to be like, please, can you give us the documents? We just want the documents, please. Just give us the fucking documents. And Trump's like, no, nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. No, no, no. FBI, you're in the rookie hole. You're a bunch of gaslighters. You're a bunch of snakes. You're a bunch of dog pillars. You're in the rookie hole, FBI. Classic. Not giving you the documents, believe me. Bunch of sunkies. And the FBI was like, please, dude, we'll just come in, like, quietly. We just need to take the documents out. No, no, no.
they wanted to do it quietly. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we started getting little strange calls, like from a group called The Media, if you've ever heard of them. And they said, something strange is happening at Mar-a-Lago. There are people standing at the gates with AK-47s or some kind of a very sophisticated gun. And what's happening at Mar-a-Lago? And when I heard that, I said, well, let's put out a notice that we were attacked or raided or broken in by the FBI. I couldn't believe it.
But they did ask you to turn off your security cameras.
That's right.
But you didn't do it.
That's right.
Will you release those tapes publicly?
Well, they've asked me not to do it because they feel the FBI agents might be in physical harm, in danger, because there is a fervor in this country. This country is so tired of this stuff. They're really, and so I have
God, fucking hot air.
Faces to protect their identity.
Somebody fucking turn on a fan, man.
I listened. I said, look, I don't want. I really believe that most of.
Yeah, in danger by who, by the way? His fans. Like, it's kind of wild that in the United States of America, things happen so fast nowadays that we just like forget about other world-changing events. Like there was a guy who raided the Cincinnati FBI office because he wanted blood. Luckily, he was a Trump supporter, so he was a fucking idiot. So stupid that he tried to do it with like a nail gun and weapons. He tried to break through the bulletproof glass with a nail gun. But you know, yeah, Dick Shitter or whatever
Russia
the fuck
bombed
his name
Nord
was.
Stream.
It was
Is this
literally something
new?
like that.
So they go into the rooms, like my bedroom, my office. They go into the rooms.
Your wife's closet.
Wife's closet.
Your son's
wife's
bedroom.
room. My son's bedroom.
Is this a new?
There's a picture of Hunter Biden and Barron Trump. Barron looks so innocent, and Hunter doesn't look so
Let me look
innocent.
into it.
They said his room was raided, but his wasn't. No, it's a terrible thing.
Okay,
Not even actually
so they
believable.
went to a magistrate. Merrick Garland has said, he came out and he said, I authorize this. Now, what's interesting is they went to a magistrate right here in Florida.
That's right.
A magistrate who had already previously recused himself from a case involving you because of he was prejudiced against you. Okay, I understand that was months earlier.
Shit.
Why then didn't he recuse himself in this case? And then part two of this question is this: they took your passport, they took your medical records, they took your tax.
Excuse me.
Three offshore lines within the Nord Stream gas
Let me
pipeline
pull up
system
Discord and see.
sustained
Oh shit, that
unprecedented
is
damage
Zoom.
in
That's
one
not what I
day.
want.
That was according to pipeline
Let me pull up
operators
Discord and
on
go into my
Tuesday.
open source
Nord
intelligence
Stream 1 and 2 run from Russia to Germany
channel
under
and
the
see
Baltic Sea, near Sweden and Denmark.
if we have any word on that.
Denmark restricted shipping near Nord Stream 2 following the discovery of a leak. Shortly after, Sweden's maritime authority issued a warning of 2 leaks in Nord Stream 1. The pipeline operator said it was impossible to estimate when the system would be restored to full working capability. It has been a flashpoint in the escalating energy war between Europe and Moscow since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has sent gas prices soaring. Nord Stream 1 started supplying gas from Russia to Germany in 2011, but flows were halted entirely at the end of August. Nord Stream 2 was built in 2021, but Germany halted its launch days before Moscow invaded Ukraine on February the 24th. Giant Russian gas supplier Gazprom declined to comment on the latest incidents. The Kremlin said sabotage could not be ruled out.
Sabotage is thought to be behind 3 leaks in the Nord Stream natural gas pipelines connecting Russia to Europe. Gas bubbles have formed in the Baltic Sea off Denmark and Sweden.
All right,
The
I'm
Danish
looking
military
in
has released these images of the gas bubbles.
and to see if we could
The
find
leaks were
anything else
first
about it
spotted on the
that
radar of a
maybe
passing
news
ship.
would not be
Denmark has since banned shipping from the area and imposed a no-fly
putting
zone.
out.
The Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines run from Russia to Germany. Neither is in operation, although both did contain pressurized gas. The Kremlin says it's extremely concerned about the leak. Now, Poland's prime minister has called it an act of sabotage without providing any evidence. And Denmark's prime minister Mette Frederiksen says sabotage is indeed a possibility.
The
We
situation
cannot rule
room.
it out. It is too early to draw conclusions yet. But this is an extraordinary situation, an unusual situation. And there are 3 leaks. Even with some distance
Okay,
between
heightened
them,
vigilance
and
in
that
the
is why it's
Baltic,
hard to
Russia to
imagine
strike
that
NATO
what's
energy
happening is a
targets,
coincidence.
Poland.
Men det er for tidligt at konkludere på endnu.
We thank the
Our
U.S. for the
political
explosions in the
correspondent
Nord
Thomas Barrett joins
Stream.
me now. Thomas,
What?
what are you hearing from the German government officially and maybe unofficially about these leaks?
The same line of caution that we heard from other.
Let's see what they're talking about. I'll read it out for you. Pull this back up. Shortly, heightened vigilance in the Baltic. Global alarm has been sounded after the explosions in the Russian Nord Stream pipelines. The former Minister of National Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, in a stupid move, even if true, thanked the U.S. for the explosions in the Russian pipelines. What? Is it given that Moscow, whether the U.S. did it or not, has a unique opportunity, can now accuse NATO of attacking Russian assets, which brings the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine even closer, as an example, to the whole world. And that's probably exactly what's going to be happening. That's probably exactly what's going to happen. At the same time, sabotaging Nord Stream, if done by Russia, implies an escalation towards the EU.
With regard to Nord Stream 2, we continue to have very strong and clear conversations with our German allies, and I want to be clear with you today. If Russia invades Ukraine, one way or another, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. EU typically bend over and takes it in the ass? Yeah, typically. Fucking typically. Historically. Bjorn Lund, a Swedish seismologist from the Lund University, explains to a Swedish reporter how it was possible for him to determine that an explosion had taken place by the Nord Stream pipelines. He says that at least 100 kilogram of TNT has been used, but probably more.
Och då ser man den första p-vågen här från sprängningen. Den ser man ju hela vägen här upp till.
Don't know what he's saying, but you know, the concern is great throughout the NATO. Oh shit. Throughout NATO, and especially in the Nordic and Baltic countries. For this reason, the Minister of Defense of Denmark will have an emergency meeting tomorrow with the Secretary General of NATO. Norway's energy minister revealed that the level of security in all energy facilities has increased. Well, I would fucking hope so. Representative of the ED of Sweden emphasized. Okay, will Moscow hit Baltic or Norway? So we're basically in the dark whether it was self-sabotage. Is that what I'm getting from this?
An act of sabotage without providing any evidence. And Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says sabotage is indeed a possibility.
We cannot
Yeah, no,
rule it
this
out.
is crazy,
It is
actually.
too early to draw conclusions yet. But this is an extraordinary situation, an unusual situation. And there are 3 leaks, even with some distance between them. And that is why it's hard to imagine that what's happening is a coincidence.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking obvious. This is some shit that's gonna be in a fucking movie.
Thomas Barrett joins me now. Thomas, what are you hearing from the German government officially and maybe unofficially about these leaks?
The same line of caution that we heard from other European officials, that it's essentially too early to conclude what exactly is behind those leaks. But what we are hearing as well, not only here in Germany, but also from other European countries, is that the extent of the damage seems too large for it to be accidental or coincidental. And that's why you're hearing from officials saying that there's a possibility that this could have been an act of sabotage. But again, it is still too early to really conclude what was behind those leaks. There are crisis teams meeting in
There's like 3 things that this could be, right? Like a psyop, like an EU psyop, attack Nord Stream, blame it on Russia, say it's sabotage, they're self-sabotaging and provide evidence, right? That could be one thing. The other thing, it could actually be Russia self-sabotaging. And another thing it would be somebody just blew up the fucking Nord Stream to fight back, and there wasn't those type of intentions behind it.
Happened, and also
which is the least
could be
likely.
The impact, the political but also the economic impact of these leaks on the Nord Stream pipelines, the Nord Stream 1 and the Nord Stream 2 pipelines.
Now, how difficult would
Can you imagine how it smells out there?
To attack these pipelines? I understand they're encased in concrete.
Well, you would essentially need to know first, Gerhard, if it was indeed an attack. Again, we're only speculating here, but there have been already analysis pointing to the fact that the extent of the damage would point, if it is an attack,
What up, Mob?
to a state actor. But again,
how are you, my
this
man?
is only speculation, and
Good to see ya.
crisis teams are trying to identify not only the extent of the damage. Some of the latest reports also point to possible explosions along the Nord Stream
There's a lot of stuff
1 and
going
Nord
on
Stream
today.
2 pipelines, but also again what could be the impact of these damages, in particular for Europe's
What do we know and what don't we know about the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 damage?
I mean, this is crazy though, because Germany is their #1 export, if I'm correct.
We know that things happened.
Like Germany gets like fucking all of its gas from Russia. Lucky enough we have put our oil reserves on max. Yeah, no, I heard you guys are fucking straight up there.
Simultaneously.
I heard you guys are good.
Pressure dropping in both Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 pipelines. And Nord Stream operators said that actually there is no clue. They cannot say, it's impossible to say when flows can resume through the pipeline. We see there are some gas leaks. They were detected in the Danish. And
So there's three different places hit, which is they said there's distance in between it, so that's it's obvious foul play.
Exclusive economic zones. Germany said it's investigating. Denmark said it is stepping up security at its energy facilities. We don't know the reasons. We don't know what is the actual impact of those leaks. So there is still a lot being investigated.
Yeah, a lot to discover, a lot to understand about what has caused this then, Vanessa. What does this mean for energy markets? I just highlighted a jump in the benchmark energy price in Europe today. But is that because it's telling us something about the future and the chances of seeing supply restored? Because both of these pipelines are idled at the moment.
Exactly. So both, let's remember, both pipelines are idle. Nord Stream was halted. The flows through Nord Stream were halted earlier this month. And also Nord Stream 2 has never sent any gas to Europe after Russia started its war in Ukraine. And so actually there is no impact in gas supplies to Europe. There is no impact. But look, the markets, traders are already...
The gas supply to Europe, yeah, but the fucking total repercussions, you got to think about stocks. You got to think about the economic repercussions this could have. All the people losing their fucking jobs. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
The situation is tense. Markets are really tight.
Even the euro dropped.
That just adds to this situation, to this bullish moment. And now that we know that it's
that's my thought, because the second Nord Stream 2 is pretty fucking new, isn't it?
possible to say when Nord Stream flows will resume, that is something that adds to this nervous.
Where? That's crazy. Thanks for pointing that out, my guy. As soon as I was done with my morning shit, I hopped straight up onto the hurricane. So I had no idea. I didn't even really check that news. I didn't even check political news or geopolitical news today.
Tax records, and probably the scariest part to me, and this is why a broad warrant like this to me would be dangerous.
Is that basically all the news that we have on it right now? Is that all we got on Nord Stream? Basically, it's just been attacked. We don't know what's going on.
Have you gotten that back, by the way?
A lot. I don't know. I really don't know. They took a lot. I think they took my will. I found out yesterday. I said, where is it?
Am I in it?
I think they took my will.
No! Sean Hannity did not just ask, am I in it? No!
Wait, what happened?
No!
They took my will.
Fifth Amendment. They also took, 500 pages of attorney-client privilege information? Have you gotten that back, by the way?
A lot. I don't know. I really don't know. They took a lot. I think they took my will. I found out yesterday. I said, where is it?
Am I in it?
I think they took my
No
will.
shot.
No!
That's
Sean
crazy.
Hannity did not just ask, am I in it? No! No! What? Bro, this is comedy. This guy was the president. And the guy sitting across from him is one of the fucking most famous broadcasters in the United States of America. He literally popped the dick out of his mouth for a second to be like, am I in it? To put it back in. That's crazy.
I found out yesterday. I said, where is it?
Am I in it?
I think they took my will. That could cause a lot of
No luck.
problems.
No.
That could cause a lot of problems if that gets published from people that won't be so happy, or maybe will be very happy.
Okay.
But no,
Oh my God, you know Donald J. Trump Jr. not even remotely involved in this will. That's a big L for both.
That's
the Trump kids.
fucking
There's a lot of
hilarious.
problems.
Bro said, "Am I
I
in
leave
it?"
everything to
He's like, "You should be."
Ivanka and Barron.
I think they took my will. No, it's a horrible thing. They shopped.
This guy?
They shopped. They went to a magistrate that hates me, a magistrate that recused himself not long ago in another case because he hated Trump. He's a Clinton person and an Obama person.
What?
And I
No.
understand that, but
he was just a never Trump Republican.
hated Trump. And for
Big news.
a smaller case that was less meaningful, he decided to recuse
XQC's
himself.
live.
For a very important
Oh
case for the
shit.
country, he decided that I'll take this.
What's he
one.
talking about?
Now, he didn't do it because of his hatred of Trump. I don't know why he hates me, but he hates me. Maybe he doesn't like strong military, low taxes, good education. But hates
He
me.
might like $6 a gallon gasoline.
Well, he's got it.
Mega news, mega news. He ain't doing shit but reacting right
Let me
now.
go through this. Before you left the White House, please explain the process. From my understanding, what I've read, you have the GSA. They pack all the boxes. Okay.
Let me know when
Did
all
you
the
pack any
tea starts
boxes?
spilling.
They work together with people
This
in
is
the White House.
XQC,
I don't
mob.
know how you would classify him. But
This
GSA
guy right
was
here.
involved. That's government services. They're fantastic people.
My
And they
juicer.
packed him. And not only
XQCL.
that, and they brought him in along with people in the White House. I don't know who they are, but there are a lot of people working in the White House. You have
Currently weeding.
tremendous amounts of different items. Much clothing. I mean, shirts and everything, sports gear.
Weeding currently.
So all of this stuff. Now, just to show you, there are many pictures of this stuff standing on the sidewalk outside, not in the basement. Not in the basement. They're standing outside. I was going to say like Joe, but I decided not to because I want to be a very nice person. But listen, Sean, standing outside boxes, all these boxes, getting ready to be put by the GSA, I assume, into a truck and brought down to Palm Beach. There was nothing that was hiding. And if you look at the Presidential Records Act, this was what happens. You get together with GSA. Now, you have to understand, they bring it down. But NARA, and you talk, and you work, and you negotiate. I mean, they did it. It's not that old. I think in the 1970s, exactly for this. And we were having very nice discussions, no problem. And then all of a sudden, we got hit very hard by the FBI.
Let's backtrack a little. In January of...
Dog, can't simultaneously say we were in contact with the FBI. They subpoenaed this information, which I refused to give it to them. And even leading up to the fucking moment of the raid, they were like, hey, can we just quietly come and pick up these documents if you don't mind? And then turn around and be like, we were blindsided.
That fucking
by it.
edit.
They rolled out the red carpet, dude. You were not hit hard. Like, we're talking about law enforcement. They kill dogs. They flashbang babies in no-knock raids. They murder people in the wrong house regularly. And you're like, oh, man, how gross. How unjustifiable. They hit us so hard like no one's ever been hit before, folks. That's not hitting hard. You know what hits hard? The top of the hour ad break. Blammo.
Boom! Year, the National Archives Record Administration, I guess they had been negotiating.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I got a phone call that I have to
My
answer.
understanding is that they sent you a letter thanking you and your team
Actually,
for their cooperation.
Carlos and Great Name Good Chatter, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Okay. And then, so at that point, what was your involvement in the process? Did you ever...
Not much of an involvement other than we had boxes. And again, many of these boxes had other things, you know, many, many newspapers, literally massive amounts of newspapers and pictures. But there were a lot of boxes for a lot of different things. But they actually wrote a letter, thank you very much for your cooperation, effectively. And we were doing that, which is exactly what we're supposed to do based on the Presidential Records Act. And Sean, we were doing that. And we continued.
Until you weren't. There were boxes that you didn't give to the FBI. What does he mean we were doing that? Why is he saying we were doing that when they weren't?
That was the buddy or some I would leave
papers.
Well, it was actually, you have pictures of it. Actually,
it was voluminous. That was the real reason. Guys, the real reason
People are
why he
nutcases.
couldn't fucking, they couldn't give it to the FBI was because they were so voluminous, dude. Thank you, Sean. Man, Sean is so good. It's wild how he can double throat it, okay, deep suck with 2 hands on the wheel, okay, while simultaneously still coming up with new and different and unique, interesting ways to deflect away from the main point of contention here.
you have pictures of it.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty much, I think many pictures of people. I think there were GSA, mostly people, some people in
All
the
the
White
news
House.
over there is
Like, I don't understand. We did a whimsical thing. We
All the
made it.
probably about fucking huge. I'm not sure if you're how big. That's fucking massive. That's actually looks like the Outer Banks past and oh, West is in it. West is in it. This is just the beginning. Storm surges are gonna get up to fucking 2 feet to wipe away your car.
Even when.
All right, that's enough of this. Get it. Oh, Jake Tran got a new one. Wait, what is this?
Putin may have just won the war in Ukraine. Let me explain. Europe is addicted to Russian natural gas. That's why Russia supplies
Isn't this funny that this video came out 2 days ago?
coming through its natural gas pipeline Nord Stream 1. And Putin just shut off that pipeline, conveniently right before the start of a very cold European winter.
Vladimir Putin just turned up the pressure.
Russian gas firm Gazprom is scheduled to switch off its largest natural gas pipeline running to Germany today.
Nord Stream 1 pipeline shutdown has left Europe on the edge.
He's unleashing one of the most powerful economic weapons in his arsenal.
Russia will turn off the taps of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, which the country says is necessary to carry out maintenance.
The question is if it will switch it back on.
Right now, Russia
Kind of crazy.
holds all
Damn,
the
thank you for
cards.
follow, man. I appreciate it.
So winter is coming and Europe's energy supply just dropped by almost half. That
Sorry
means
if I was
if
being
Europe
loud.
doesn't come to the negotiation table with Putin fast, there's gonna be protests, riots, civil unrest, economic collapse, maybe even revolutions. Because Europeans won't be able to heat their homes. Businesses won't be able to afford electricity to keep their doors open, so businesses will shut down, which means people become jobless, which means people won't be able to feed their families. And when the masses can't feed their families, that is when the pitchforks come out.
Don't know
That's when the
anything
social unrest happens. That's when leaders get toppled, or at the bare minimum voted out of office. Which is another way of saying that if Europe doesn't bow down to Putin's terms, the entire European economy will literally crumble. And we already see it happening. Europe's energy prices are already going to the moon right now as we speak. Take a look around you and society seems so peaceful most of the time. But what people forget is that you're only 1 meal away from a revolution. Putin is well aware of this, and he's gonna use
How's the
all
weather
this
in
pressure
France?
to get exactly what he wants. Europe is gonna have to choose. Do they hashtag stand with Ukraine, a country that most Europeans have never cared about before the war? Or do they want to feed their families? My name is Jake Tran, and we make documentaries on money, power, war, and crime so that you can see the world for what it really is. A giant game of acquiring power. You can't get out of this game either way, so instead of being a victim, recently they came out with an idiot. That is why I have a ton of respect for the Epic Times. Into all the fact times / Jake Trent spelled like
For us making a bag.
Europe's addiction to Russian gas started innocently enough. After the Soviet Union fell, many saw reopening trade with Russia as a means to encourage diplomacy, the start of a new era, especially in Germany. Even then, German leaders first promised themselves that they would never let Russia supply more than 10% of their natural gas imports. We don't want to become too dependent on the Russians now, would we? But taking a bite of the apple was just too tempting. So once Europe got its first taste of glorious, cheap Russian gas, there was no going back. It was just too affordable compared to anywhere else.
Mon frère est décédé à 0h30 cette nuit. Pour la mémoire d'Idir,
Et les coupables seront traduits en justice. Je vous demanderai de rester calme.
Il est inadmissible d'imaginer que les policiers protègent leurs collègues et prétendent ne pas savoir qui a fait ça dans ce quartier d'Athéna où tout le monde se connaît.
Yo, that is sick, bro. Whoever did that is goes through the letters. Oh, goes through the letters. That's insane.
Et tu veux pas aller parler au petit frère là? Hein? C'est quoi? C'est des fous ça quoi? À chaque fois qu'il tape, on tape. À chaque fois qu'il tue, on tue. Sur les réseaux et sur BFM, ils disent que si ça se trouve, c'est pas les condés qui font la bavure.
On va retrouver ceux qui ont fait ça à ton petit frère, que ce soit des gars de chez nous ou pas.
Non mais c'est quoi ton problème? T'aimes encore obéir aux ordres?
Comment tu veux pas qu'il y ait la guerre? Surtout pas ici là.
Tu comprends pas qu'elle a commencé déjà la guerre?
That looks really good. That looks really good, man. Police made a. Wondering. Say it, but a French and not like the fact that it's a film. The fact that it's reality. That looks pretty. Watching that.
But the cherry on top was the Green Movement. In 2018, Trump went to Europe and gave them a stark warning.
Germany will become totally dependent on Russian energy if it does not immediately change course.
Do not become dependent on Russian gas. But because Trump is Trump, they didn't listen. Instead, Germany laughed in his face as Trump was talking.
Yeah.
So instead of listening to Trump, Europe decided to listen to a 16-year-old girl instead. Greta Thunberg became the world's most influential environmental activist while she was still in high school. She organized and inspired student strikes around.
Ain't that fucking ain't that crazy though? How old was she? A 14-year-old girl fucking with more power than anybody, dude?
Around the globe, insisting that world leaders weren't doing enough to stop a climate crisis. She grew insanely popular, not just because she was so young, but because of her very blunt and ruthless public speaking style. Kind of like Trump's style if you think about it. So 3 months after Trump spoke in Europe, Greta took the stage at the United Nations Climate Change Conference. She was not worried about the geopolitical consequences of being too dependent on Russia. So her warning was the polar opposite.
Because you are too scared of being unpopular. You are not mature enough
to tell it like it is.
This is all wrong. You have stolen my dreams, my...
Not much. Power of economic oppression of the
childhood with your empty
Economic.
words. How dare you? How dare you pretend that this can be sold and you are still not mature enough to tell it like it is?
I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic.
And panic they did. The EU responded by shutting down their nuclear power plants, abandoning coal, and investing in green energy like hydroelectric, wind, and solar. But even then, the economics for these green alternatives just wasn't there. So Europe was forced to make up the difference with natural gas. And since gas is slightly cleaner than oil or coal, that seemed okay for the EU. And who do they go to for natural gas?
Germany doesn't have any.
Russia. There's
I think I remember building a natural gas out of Germany.
one thing Putin wants above all else: to keep Ukraine and other former Soviet countries out of NATO forever. Imagine if America's neighbors Mexico and Canada wanted to get into a military alliance with Russia. The US would do everything in its power to prevent that from happening, including violence and intimidation. That's because a deal like that would open up the door for Russian troops, weapons, and nuclear missiles to be placed right outside America's doorstep. And this is exactly what the US has been doing since the Soviet Union fell, even when they promised the Russians they wouldn't.
True.
That is what Putin really wants. No NATO for the former
I don't remember the website, but if you the fucking map of our base,
Soviet countries, especially Ukraine, the former crown jewel of the Soviet Union. So in January, a month before the invasion, Putin offered a treaty with the US saying exactly that. No more NATO expansion on their doorstep. And as predicted, the US turned him down flat, taking the moral high ground about not negotiating with bullies.
The fact of the matter is we never were willing to negotiate at all on those two demands. At all. And instead, we basically just claimed they were a pretext by the Russians for an invasion.
Putin couldn't get what he wanted by playing fair, so he decided to take it up a notch. He invades Ukraine. He obviously thought he was going to be successful and take over the whole country, but even the invasion wasn't successful. He knew that with the EU's dependency on his natural gas, they'll eventually have to cave in and give him what he originally wanted.
Putin's calculus is to go as far and as deep as he can go, so that he could eventually negotiate himself back out in a way that leaves him with what he originally wanted in the first place.
I think this just goes to show you that if you're going to sort of engage in proactive foreign policy, you need to make sure that domestically you don't have any Achilles heels. And Europe had a massive Achilles heel, which is energy.
They're going to have to take this much more seriously going into next year because they've enabled a madman.
When Russian troops moved towards Kiev, the EU also got on their moral high ground and pulled out all their big geopolitical guns. As Putin predicted, Europe sanctioned Russia and put up a good fight. Like Germany, who refused to certify Russia's newest pipeline, Nord Stream 2. It was Russia's brand new shiny twin to Nord Stream 1. And without Germany's approval, it's just sitting there completely unused. And when the two countries attempted peace negotiations, the West warned this was a bad idea. Europe insisted that Putin is not to be negotiated with under any circumstances, while somehow not thinking that Russia would use the only card they had.
Pipeline shut down.
Nord Stream pipeline shut down.
Tonight, there is nothing in the pipeline from Russia.
Russia is shutting down gas supplies from a major pipeline to Europe for the next 3 days.
Now Europe is set to freeze, both literally and economically. Yet no EU countries are changing course. Instead, the EU is telling citizens to suck it up and save electricity.
Whatever we do, one thing is for sure, we have to save electricity, but we have to save it in a smart way. So what we have to do is flatten the curve and avoid the peak demands. We will propose a mandatory target for reducing electricity use at peak hours.
Or possibly threatening jail time if people turn their heat above 66 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's fucking
Winter is
crazy.
fast approaching, and things are gonna get a lot worse. And no, it's not as simple as Europe switching over to other energy sources before winter. They do not have the infrastructure to switch from natural gas to something like oil in time.
You can't convert oil into natural gas to heat people's homes. It's impossible structurally right now in the time frame that it's needed.
So when the protests come, when the civil unrest comes, when politicians get voted out of office, we'll see who breaks first. Germany will probably be the first to break. Because while Europe got 40% of its natural gas from Russia, Germany was getting more than half of theirs from Russia.
That Russian endgame is essentially the following, which is that Germany will probably be the first to capitulate, but it'll be a combination of the United States and Europe who negotiate some kind of a settlement.
And if a deal isn't made, the results could be catastrophic.
There's going to be significant rioting and civil unrest in Europe, and there will be a significant economic effect. The economy will be shattered. Economies will be shattered, and people will be really unhappy.
As this video was being edited, Russia announced a mandatory draft of 300,000 civilians to fight his war in Ukraine.
Вчера я получил повестку, согласно которой я должен явиться для сверки документов воинского учета сегодня, 22 сентября 2022 года. Моя группа В сейчас подлежит воинскому призыву в военное время.
So it looks like the Russian military might be on its last leg. So the only question that remains is who will last longer? Europe without natural gas or Russia in Ukraine? Regardless, what all of this really shows is that the masses today are complete hypocrites. A few months ago, it was either you stand with Ukraine or you're a Putin-loving fascist. But the minute the public feels any amount of actual pain, the minute their lives are inconvenienced, you'll see that it's just all talk. Everyone supposedly hates Amazon, yet they still shop at Amazon. Everyone hates Walmart, yet they still shop at Walmart. Everyone hates Putin until they don't know where their next meal is coming from.
What a way to end
Being the target of blackmail is a once you had that, these powerful men became your female dogs. And it
Hate to see that. Especially after Alright.
A and B, which is part of our response right now. So hopefully they all listen and get out of there. But unfortunately, some people like to stay behind. I understand you want to guard your home, but we try to tell people you can always replace your home, you can't replace your life. So please take this seriously and evacuate so that when those waters come, you're not there.
Yeah, absolutely there. And as we were learning a little bit earlier today here on Live Now from Fox, that this is setting up to be a 100-year storm here in this region of Sarasota, Tampa, if it does hit in that area. And do you think that's why we're seeing some of the hesitancy from people in the area that might want to stay back and say, you know what, it's dodged us before, it's going to do it again?
It's been exactly like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is a lot of that. I think we're getting a pretty good response from our residents from what we can see, but there's always those folks that try to stay behind. They use their smartphone, they're looking at their apps, and they're looking at the track, and they're trying to hope for a turn and wait till the last.
Nothing much is happening right now. Apart from
Why would you refuse to play naked in that circumstance?
I just do not comprehend or understand. Wait, hold on. Like, why do you want to hear air from my diaphragm or diaphragm? How do you say it? Like, you want to hear the air go through my fucking neck tubes and shit. Did I say it right? Diaphragm?
Look, it's esophagus.
Finish.
Esophagus.
Alright, fucking hell.
Ah, shit.
Dude, I thought something was wrong. I thought something was wrong with my PC for a second there.
Oh, is that?
Fucking hell.
Execute.
Oh. Guys, explain to me how they prove he was cheating it.
It's actually crazy. Veggie is. Don't go to that. Ah, it is hot. Hey, sh- I have to go.
पॉजिटिव
not good. My
कहते
ADHD.
हो भाई बहनों आज हम लोग कुछ बैठे हुए हैं ladies and gentlemen woo you know there's something about negativity on the internet that just sells okay you know if I titled this video Cyberpunk killed my whole family all right Cyberpunk killed my whole family and got away with it then maybe people would be like oh I'll click on that video but if I titled this Cyberpunk saved a bunch of kitties from a tree and brought world peace you might be like whoa positivity not on my watch. Now to understand, I'm a little positive about this because Cyberpunk 2077 has got a bit of a second chance, all right? There's a lot of people playing it. I was recently on Steam loading the game up, And I saw that 84,700 nerds were joined onto the adventure of driving around Night City with me. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 is kind of breaking its own records again. It's a little bit insane. You know, when it comes to single-player games, and, you know, after a week after its release, people are like, the game's dead, bro! It's already done! Yeah, it's a single-player game. People usually no-life it. And then a week down the road, it's not as played as a multiplayer game. You know, something with regular engagement, if you will, okay? Basic logic applies. But obviously, Cyberpunk slumped. You know, it came back, all right? A little pulse has been retrieved into it. But recently, it's got 176% player gain, and that's just on Steam. And as you all know, a lot of gamers play on PlayStations and Xboxes, so I can imagine the number there is pretty high. Now, obviously, the game is on sale right now, but a lot of its popularity comes from a TV show known as Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Now, if you don't know Cyberpunk Edgerunners, apparently the critics have been loving it and the viewers have been loving it, which usually isn't common, okay? Usually when it comes to TV shows, critics either love the product and the fucking community hates it, or it's vice versa, okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I love a movie known as Junior, okay? You know, it's AI prompted. You know, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito giving birth to a beautiful baby boy. But, of course, or baby girl, actually. I remember the end of the movie. But, you know, a lot of people would hate that movie. I tend to like the movie. You understand, like, when it comes to movies, critics love it, you know, viewers hate it. But this is one where, like, everyone loves it and everyone just likes it. Now, when it comes to Netflix shows and TV, all right, in video games, it's oftentimes a bad combination, okay? It can be a bad day. You know, I remember Resident Evil as a TV show. Whew, that was a pile of stinking asshole. Now, this is the second show I watched on Netflix. To set aside some time for it. I haven't finished the show at all, but I've watched a few episodes, and generally, I like what I sees, okay? Now, if you're a fan of cyberpunk stuff, like, I'm not a big anime person, so when I watch shit like Akira and like Ghost in the Shell, I like them because of their cyberpunk background. I'm not really a big anime person, but watching Edgerunners was enough to show me that, okay, all right, they know their
Edgerunners
audience.
came out and
I mean, just show you PlayStation 4, and I swear I'll probably look at like 2 years can get away with it.
Okay, yeah, so Edgerunners came out and
Hey, yo, what's up? An Argentinian. It's nothing to me. It's a bacterium. Big boy in an apple.
I'm a sociopath. Ask me. That could be.
How can I know that you're being honest with me, and did you lie to any of us?
I don't think I've lied to anybody. I guess I could be lying to you.
If you were alone in a room with a diagnosed sociopath, what would you ask?
Have you ever been in love?
What does empathy look like for you? Have you ever felt guilt?
That's a complicated question.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Okay, that's good.
What's your name?
Greg.
All right, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What age were you diagnosed?
I think I was around 21, 22.
How old are you?
I am 33.
What's your definition of a sociopath?
A sociopath to me is someone who has no regard for themselves or for other people. You're very impulsive, very irresponsible, reckless, basically like a child.
Were you surprised when you got diagnosed?
I don't think surprised is the right word. I think relieved. Like I had felt out of control and I didn't understand why I was doing what I was doing for a long time. So knowing that there was an actual reason behind why I was doing these things, it was really like kind of freeing in a way.
No, that's
What
not
made
why.
you
I
think you
picked it
was a
out already.
sociopath?
Get out already.
Waking up in prison.
Not
was probably
fucking why,
my first
dude.
clue.
Not why.
Do you mind me
I was gonna
asking
say
what
that
led
too. Gonna say that too, but
You to go to prison?
I've committed several crimes. I was using drugs
I
and
digress.
selling to
I
support
digress.
my habit.
Digress.
Also have
I may
many like
regress
retail
here.
thefts.
How long ago did you commit those crimes?
The last time I committed any crimes was 2011.
And then you
Let's
haven't
run that
committed any crimes.
I also have many like retail, freeing in a way.
What made you think you was a sociopath?
Waking up in prison was probably my first clue.
Do you mind me asking what led you to go to prison?
I've committed several crimes. I was using drugs and selling to support my habit. I also have many like retail thefts.
How long ago did you commit those crimes?
The last time I committed any crimes was 2011.
And then you haven't committed any crimes since then?
I wouldn't say I haven't committed any crimes. I haven't committed any major crimes since then. Actually, I don't even drive recklessly anymore like I used to. I stopped stealing. Now that I say it, I don't know if I've been doing crimes. I think I changed my ways.
What made you make the decision to change your life?
Not wanting to go back to prison. It was one of the worst experiences of my life.
What do you think people most often misunderstand about being a sociopath?
Personally, I think that the stereotype is that they're incredibly violent and just malicious just to be mean and like just for its own sake. At least for me, that's not how it presents. More often than not, people with antisocial personality disorder or sociopaths, they're just irresponsible, impulsive people. That can lead to you being a little bit aggressive and irritable, but the myth that they're violent and just out of control monsters is blown way out of proportion.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever manipulated someone to benefit you?
Yeah.
Okay. What I said, or I'm not even gonna say.
Of course. I feel like
that fucked.
Everyone manipulates other.
Fuck it. I will. I thought this was fucking Hatchet Man. I was about to say that is not why.
People to an extent. We're all trying to get something out of any given relationship.
Benefit you?
Yeah, of course, irritable, but the myth that they're violent and just out of control monsters is blown way out of proportion.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever manipulated someone to benefit you?
Yeah, of course. I feel like everyone manipulates other people to an extent. We're all trying to get something out of any given relationship.
Okay. I haven't really thought of it that way. For me, it's more like mutual respect and wanting to do others for people to make them feel better.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I look at all of my relationships as very transactional, and it's just kind of the way that I engage with the world.
What are some things that piss you off?
When people can't admit they're wrong or made a mistake, that drives me absolutely crazy. And I think that's just because I used to do that same thing. I used to not ever admit that I was wrong.
What does empathy look like for you, if you have empathy at all?
So I call it cognitive empathy. It's just me making sure that I put myself in someone else's shoes, like intentionally. My first response in any given situation is never empathy. It's usually some like logical like solution to the problem, when a lot of the times that's not what people need. They need you to listen and just be there for them.
Have you ever felt guilt or remorse? Is that something that you feel?
That's a complicated question. So at the time, I didn't feel bad about anything that I did. I really didn't have a care in the world. Once I move on from it, like in my head, it's over to me, which isn't great when you cheated on your partner and then they don't forget about that.
Yeah.
But I would. I regret it now because I don't like that I put people through that, and I don't like that I hurt them. But that's now. That wasn't then.
I wanted to ask you what your childhood was like.
Part of the problem is, like, I don't store memories very well, so I don't necessarily remember much of my childhood.
Is that a condition associated with being a sociopath?
From what I've gathered, memory is tied to emotion fairly strongly. The way that I experience emotions is not quite as deep as other people, so the emotional tie to like memories that makes them stick in your brain doesn't really happen for me that often.
Did you tell your parents about your diagnosis right away?
No, actually I didn't. I've only actually mentioned it to my parents one time, When I told them, they didn't believe me. They're like, that's not the Greg I knew. And I guess it just speaks to how fooled I had them. They just didn't believe that I was capable of those things.
Have you ever been in love? And do you feel love?
I think so. Like, I do experience emotions and love and connection and closeness. It's just maybe not to the depth or like breadth of some other people.
Who would you say is your favorite person in your life right now?
Probably my son, followed very shortly after that by my partner. He's one of the main reasons that I've gotten better.
And your diagnosis hasn't affected your parenting in any way?
Wanting to be the best dad I can for him is like a huge motivating factor for me, because I don't want him to live the same life I've lived. There's a huge genetic component to sociopathy, and the other half of that is your environment. So I have to do everything I can with his environment to overcome his genetics.
How did you feel when you first met your wife?
It's always been her, even though there was a period of time where I was really not a good boyfriend. I was not a good partner. I don't deserve to still have her, but she stuck it out and knew that there was a person inside of that version of Greg that was better.
Do you go to therapy?
I have gone to therapy in the past. At the time I was in prison, I did have what's called a therapeutic community, and they do cognitive behavioral therapy. And when I left prison, I didn't continue. Nowadays, it's more like self-led. Like I do self-exploration, and with my partner, we kind of explore it. If something happens, she'll gently let me know. It feels like an accusation, like you're doing something wrong. I'll shut down. I don't like being told what to do. So a lot of the times, I don't know, I require gentle guidance.
Is that you saying that you think like you've learned how to cope with being a sociopath?
So the way I look at it is that I've learned how to not destroy my life by accident. I can manage to stop those thoughts and impulses before they lead to actions.
How can I know that you're being honest with me, and did you lie to any of us?
I don't think I've lied to anybody. I guess I could be lying to you, but it doesn't serve me to lie to you or to most people. I'm here to like share my actual lived experience. I'm not gonna lie to you about it.
And if you'd like this chance to
Fair
meet
question.
face to face, it's the moment to do it.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi! Sorry.
You're good.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Hey,
Greg.
Nathan. Nice to meet you, Greg.
Likewise.
I might put a face to you, so that's cool.
It's a pretty face.
It is.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Sorry,
Those are
just
great
let-
questions.
Thank you.
This video is sponsored by
Yeah, she had the best
NordVPN. You ever go to watch a movie or stream a song, and hey, it's not available in your location, but then you look and it's available in other countries. For example, recently I was in the mood to watch Planet Terror again. So I go to Netflix, and it's not available right now, but you know where it is available? Canada. With NordVPN's 5,400 plus servers in 59 countries, you have no borders. With just a click, you can look like you're anywhere in the world and consume region-locked media to your heart's content. So I go to NordVPN, I change my location to Canada, and oh, would you look at that? Play now. And now NordVPN has a new feature called Threat
Getting ahead of the
Protection.
fucking
Threat
game.
Protection steps up your cybersecurity, rolling out first via NordVPN's desktop app. Once Threat Protection is on, it protects from off during the annual Boston Marathon, killing 3 people and injuring 107. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day
should
money-back
be an
guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/.
After this video right here, I am capturing radar. I don't know. I might just put. Yeah, I'll probably put on the news. I will come back and. I will be. Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Wang or click the link in the description below. On Monday, April 15th, 2013, the US experienced one of the most infamous acts of terrorism in its history, as bombs went off during the annual Boston Marathon, killing 3 people and injuring 176 others. With all the confusion in these early moments and with the mainstream news being too slow to satisfy people's need for information, many people turned to social media. It was in these moments that a Redditor named Supernova Sky created a thread in r/news. The purpose of the thread was so that people could provide each other with live updates on the developing story. And he consistently updated the thread throughout the day, as would HG Manifold, who would make the subsequent news threads. People in the comments left resources for finding loved ones who were lost in the chaos, as well as advice for people to donate without getting scammed. And with so many people in attendance at the event, the thread quickly filled up with images and videos. And in general, these threads were very helpful for picking up the slack where the mainstream media simply couldn't fill people's need for information. Unrelated, these live threads are the best way to get news. Solid work, fellow Redditors. Incredible how these live threads are changing news dissemination. As soon as I saw it mentioned, I headed straight to Reddit. Same. Didn't bother trying any of the major news websites. But although the thread was a great help in gathering information quickly and was generally more accurate than the mainstream media reporting, time was passing and people were getting frustrated with the lack of suspects. Threads would sporadically pop up with people trying to do their own investigations, and eventually, on April 17th, a user named Oops777 created r/FindBostonBombers. Since this sort of thing could obviously get very out of hand very quickly, some rules were laid out. 1. We do not condone vigilante justice. 2. Do not post any personal information. 3. Any racism will not be tolerated. 4. Theories are welcome, but make sure you fact-check your sources. 5. Remember, we are only a subreddit. We must remember where helping ends and the job of professionals begins. 6. Do not make any images viral. Limit reposting images outside of the sub. 7. Finally, keep in mind that most or all of the suspects being discussed are, in all likelihood, innocent people and that they should be treated as innocent until they are proven guilty. These rules would very quickly become not so much a list of what not to do, but a guideline for what would actually happen. Over 3,000 people gathered in this subreddit and began to compile information. They were aggregating pictures, bringing in findings from 4chan and Twitter, listening to police scanners. And much of the initial amateur detective work revolved around a black backpack. And at this point, basically anybody that was seen wearing a black backpack became a suspect. Is that Curtis Axel? Obviously, a black backpack isn't that much to go off of. I mean, I own multiple backpacks that look like that backpack. People realized this, so other factors had to be taken into account, like people who ran away a little bit too quickly, or people who happened to be pictured not looking at the race at the point the picture was taken. Because, if there's one thing that Redditors are experts on, it's how people behave in real life. One of the biggest breakthroughs that happened was the discovery of a pair of men, one of which who had a backpack that looked like the backpack. He appeared in pictures both with and without the backpack, implying that he might have left it somewhere. Or, maybe he was just holding it in his hands for a multitude of possible reasons. But that was enough for people to start investigating these two a little bit more closely, but shit really hit the fan on the 18th. That was when the New York Post published this. Bagmen. Feds seek these two pictured at Boston Marathon. Now, there was absolutely no indication that the feds were looking for these men. Probably motivated by catching up to the internet and getting ahead of the other newspapers, they published this completely unverified story. And guess what? These were not the men. It turned out that the man in the blue track jacket was a 17-year-old named Salah Baroum, and he was with his friend Yassine Zaim. The boys were high school track runners who planned to run a part of the course, and their bags were full of their running gear. Neither of them named Salah Baroum.
Hey, bro, older than me.
And he was with his friend Yassine Zaim. The boys were high school track runners who planned to run a part of the course, and their bags were full of their running gear. Neither of them had at any point been investigated by the feds, as the Post reported, and now they were afraid for their lives. Barum in particular had been receiving hundreds of messages on social media regarding the bombing, and he was paranoid that people were watching him and reporting him to the police. And this instance was a very clear case of libel, and actually the boys would win a settlement against the Post a year later. In the meantime, hoping to reel in some of the wild speculation, the FBI released photos they had of the actual suspects. And although these pictures actually did wind up leading to the capture of one of the suspects, it also fueled more wild speculation. And at this point, there's some conflicting reports of what happened. One of the names that surfaced was Sunil Tripathi. To this day, many people swear that they heard that name on the police scanner, although none of the records of the police scanners from that night verify it. What other people point to, and what seems to actually be the beginning of this, is a post by a Boston native who remembered Sunil's story. Sunil Tripathi was a student at Brown University who had been undergoing severe bouts of depression. Coinciding with one of these episodes, Sunil had gone missing 1 month prior to the marathon. And throughout this month, his family had taken to YouTube and Facebook trying to get him to come home. After the name got in the mix in the investigation, a number of Redditors compared Sunil's pictures to the suspect's pictures, and yeah, they kinda did look alike. But having learned the lessons of the days prior, the mods of the subreddit did what they could to try and delete any mention of Sunil. But the moderation team was dwarfed by the mass of people in the subreddit, and they simply couldn't keep up with it. And then later on, at around midnight, it happens. Feeling the walls closing in, the suspects kill a cop at MIT and make a run for it. They steal a Mercedes, take the owner hostage, and plan to take a trip to Times Square to bomb that. This all culminates in a shootout with the police at Watertown, Massachusetts, leaving one of the suspects dead and the other in police custody. And throughout the night's events, Redditors were listening to police scanners trying to piece together what had actually happened. At this point, there were no names released, but people on Reddit who had been listening to the police scanners tried to piece it together. There was nothing concrete, it was all just speculation, but this would all go out the window at 2:43 a.m. It was at this time that a Redditor named Greg Hughes would tweet out that the suspects were confirmed to be Sunil Tripathi and a man named Mike Mulugeta, whose name had been mentioned on the police scanner earlier that night. And now, this is just some random guy on Twitter, no credentials, no reputation for being a reporter or anything.
I had my fucking
things on Twitter. There was absolutely no reason.
I had my knob turned like
face value, but
all the way down. I forgot to turn it back up because I was on the phone.
With an Emmy
Whoops.
news cameraman named
Did you get her fixed?
Who'd repeated Hughes' tweet. Then all of a sudden the names get picked up by people like Andrew Kaczynski of BuzzFeed, Luke Russert of NBC, Dylan Byers of Politico, Perez Hilton. One blue check mark after another repeats these names until they become so credible that they're basically a fact. But of course, as we know, these weren't the bombers. It wasn't long before the names of the Sarnia
Reddit is off the chain, bro. Reddit and 4chan.
These journalists to eat crow. Apologies were issued and r/find Boston Bombers was privated, all of which was probably of little consolation to Sunil Tripathi's family, who, on top of now trying to find their son, was now subject to endless harassment. Although the family did try to use the attention to signal boost the search for him. An r/find Sunil Tripathi was created to try and channel this into something productive. But unfortunately, Sunil will be found dead a week later, floating in the Seekonk River. It's believed he had committed suicide before the events of the bombing. And it's easy to point to Reddit in this situation and say, yeah, look at these fucking idiots. But there's a few things you gotta consider. I mean, first of all, during this whole event, you do have the FBI asking the public for help identifying these people. And you have the Reddit mods doing their best to try and mitigate any witch hunts and misinformation, but at the end of the day, these are all anonymous people who can say anything really. If some random guy on Twitter just says some shit, it's common sense that you should take it with a grain of salt. I think a lot more responsibility falls on the shoulders of the people in the mainstream media who ran with these unverified stories.
This shit happens all the time.
People, BuzzFeed, NBC, Politico, These are the kinds of sources that YouTube would label as an authoritative source.
This shit happens all the time, bro. It happens all the time. Like, it's actually somewhat these websites can be a plague sometimes, like in that regard, as far as information goes. Yeah, I'm gonna step out for about a half an hour to go well. Yeah, I'm gonna step out for about a half an hour to go gather some energy, go get some dinner with Ruski. And I will be back for a little bit. And then I'm gonna take a break until the evening stream. My man Mod, if you're around tonight, I'll be on all night. I think I'm gonna try to keep the stream live for the better part of the next 2 days while this hurricane's happening. No problem, no problem. I'll tell him you said what's up. I'm not leaving quite yet. But I am gonna leave the stream up. Ooh, it's getting a little bit more wreck over there. They're talking about 15 feet surges, bro. Yeah, that's mostly what I'm gonna be covering for the next 2 days. Where are we at? These people right here that we're seeing, they're storm chasers. They're gonna be going all over Florida as the storm is hitting, and we'll be able to see it happening live on behalf of these guys. At certain points of the stream, I'm gonna be throwing up different donation links, so people in the chat, if they want to and if they can go ahead and donate to try to help the relief. I've given 50 to Red Cross myself already today because they're headed down from Maryland to Florida right now as we speak. But yeah, I'm going to be keeping this live for the better part. I know I'm just clicking around everywhere on some ADHD stuff right now. Just bear with me. But I'm going to be keeping this live for the better part of the next 2 days while it hits and the hurricane gets landfall. We're looking at Category 4 right now. I do this every year, by the way, Mod. This is just the first year that I streamed it. Because every year we get hurricanes here in the USA. Every single year they hit the Gulf. They hit the East Coast. And I find myself every September watching the Twister Chasers and all the Storm Chasers, but this year is the first year that I can stream it, so I'm gonna be doing that for the next 2 days. We'll probably be watching this damn near nonstop. There will be times where the stream will be down, of course. I do need my privacy at some points. Not much is coming in the way of news at the moment. Basically what we're looking at this is what we're looking at right now. Just to give you an idea how big this fucking thing is.
Right back, everybody.
One sec. I fucked something up. Ah, yes, okay. Yeah, look at this thing, man. It's absolutely massive. That's insane. Yeah, I don't live in Florida. I live up here, my man. I'm up here. So yeah, we'll be watching this next couple days. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready. I'll be back in about 30 minutes to pop in and see what kind of updates we have. And then we'll see what's going on. Might get into some gaming or something. Let me find some audio to pull up. Some time. We could put time frames up. Hurricane. Let me try to fix this so it's better to look at. This is it. We're gonna keep it on the Key West station right now. Let me find the right audio to keep on. I believe we'll do the news.
Safe to do so. The Red Cross, they have established 29 shelters right now for evacuees, and they are also
Yes, if you can donate to the Red Cross, people.
Shelters if needed. And we have 200 ambulances from our FEMA contract that are already in the state working side by side with local officials, and we have 4 federal medical teams on standby.
All right, I will be back, guys. Let me put up this little thing.
Of Hurricane Ian, I want to make clear that FEMA's ongoing support to Puerto Rico's recovery efforts from Hurricane Fiona, as well as Alaska's recovery from Typhoon Merbach, is still ongoing. We remain focused on helping Puerto Rico restore critical services like power and water, and our staff remain engaged with families to help them through the application process. And I'm happy to say just now that the final 4 municipalities in Puerto Rico were just added for individual assistance, so now the entire Commonwealth has that available to them. Our teams in Alaska are also helping the state complete damage assessments and addressing emergency repairs as the state is preparing for their nearing freeze up as the winter season approaches. As far as Hurricane Ian's path, it has become more defined, but as with any hurricane, it can still be unpredictable. This means that it is more important than ever that communities inside and outside of that projected path that you see, that you stay vigilant. And so my message to those who may be watching at home, get ready and do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring. Know where you are going to get your information. Listen to your local officials and heed their advice. They are trying to keep you safe. Have a plan to communicate with your family.
All right, guys, I'll be back.
Finally, FEMA and our partners are here. We are ready and we are focused on meeting the needs of those that we are charged to serve. But we need the help of everyone that we are charged, that everyone at home, to be as prepared as they can be. I am confident that we have the right team in place as we work this emergency response to Hurricane Ian, and together we have the capability to meet whatever threats may come our way.
Okay, we'll take a couple questions. Thank you, Director Criswell. You briefly mentioned Puerto Rico. There are still 750,000 customers without power in Puerto Rico. I know you authorized just in June $600 million, I believe, for an equipment for rebuilding the power grid there. There was something like $10 billion approved back in 2020. What's the status of the efforts to try to rebuild Puerto Rico's power grid, and had any of that taken place before this latest storm?
Yeah, I was just in Puerto Rico maybe about 3 weeks ago checking on the recovery from Hurricane Maria, and what I saw when I was there is one cohesive team between the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the federal family that has been really focused on all of the recovery efforts, but primarily the power restoration. When we were there just last week, checking on the impacts from Hurricane Fiona, what I saw there is they were putting power back as quickly as they could, but I think the important piece and what really stood out to me is what I saw them as they were repairing the down power poles, they were bringing back more resilient. They were putting them back with more resilient poles to withstand future impacts like we saw from Hurricane Fiona. We are committed to continuing to work with the governor of Puerto Rico in his efforts to make sure that we can rebuild this grid in a way that's actually going to be more resilient for future impacts.
How long do you think it'll take to rebuild the grid?
I think that we have done a lot of work in making sure that we've taken the time right now to do the plans, or the Commonwealth has, to do the plans to make sure that as they are rebuilding it, it's going to be more resilient. I think that the time, we'll get back to you on what the time frame is, but it takes time, right? Recovery never as fast as anybody wants it to be, but we will continue to work with them and expedite anything that we can to speed up that recovery.
Has the administration, or will the administration, waive the Jones Act that would allow for a diesel carrying ship to dock there in Puerto Rico to help provide necessary provisions of diesel oil to those there?
Yeah, we are committed to doing everything that we can within our legal authority to support. We have a legal obligation to ensure that each waiver request meets the legal requirements of Congress, and so any final determination on that will be made by the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Given the pressure we've heard from the Puerto Ricans and the governor in that territory right now, what time frame should they anticipate that decision should be made, given the urgent need for that oil?
I know that they are actively working on that approval process or that consideration right now, and so I don't have a time frame for you right now.
And just a curiosity, I know we've asked before, you spoke to several mayors down there. One of the mayors said that one of the primary concerns was complacency. I'm curious, the president spoke to big leaders. First question to you is about complacency. The second is, you've spoken to the governor of the state. Why hasn't the president yet, or is there a scheduled call for the two men to speak, obviously, as they're the preeminent leaders of the country and of that state?
I do have concerns about complacency. We're talking about impacts in a part of Florida that hasn't seen a major direct impact in nearly 100 years. There's also parts of Florida where there's a lot of new residents that have never experienced this type of threat. So my message to them is still take this very seriously, listen to your local officials, and those Floridians that have been through this before, help your neighbors that may have not had to go through this. Heeding the advice of your local officials is the most important. And as far as the conversation, the president directed me to contact the governor early on before we even did the declaration. I did that. My regional administrator is with the governor right now, making sure that we're understanding what the needs are, and our focus is on the current life safety needs that need to be met.
Can you describe just the level of communication with state officials, and have there been anything unusual or any challenges with that? How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think the communication that we have had with the state officials has been excellent. My regional administrator out of Region 4, Gracia Check, she is in Florida. She got there yesterday. She has been embedded at the state EOC, working with the state emergency management director one-on-one to make sure we're understanding what their needs are. Again, she's traveling with the governor to a few areas today to make sure we're understanding what those needs. We've had a long relationship with Florida. Our Region 4 has had a great partnership with all of the emergency management team there. They've done a lot of work with the different municipalities and the counties, and I think the relationship is very strong.
Is there anything different about this preparation compared to how FEMA normally prepares for hurricanes that approach landfall? Is there anything particular about the strength of this storm or where it's going to land that has changed how you prepare for it?
I don't know if I would say it's changed how we prepare for it. I would say under this administration, the president has given me very clear direction that we are going to lean in and we are not going to wait to provide assistance. And that's exactly what we're doing for this one. That's what we have done for the previous hurricanes that we experienced last year as well. We understand that this is going to have some significant impacts, and we want to make sure that we have the right resources in place ahead of time to be able to respond immediately when it's safe to do so.
Thanks. Related to Alex's last question, I mean, how has FEMA adapted its storm planning preparation or procedures to deal with increasingly rapid intensification of hurricanes? I mean, does it make it harder to respond to these?
I don't know if it makes makes it harder to respond. I think where the difficulty comes in with this rapid intensification is the time that's available to notify the public to take the necessary action to protect themselves. What I find is that we have less time for states to give evacuation orders because of the rapid intensification of these storms. But what we're doing, and what I did here, is contacted the governor on Friday to make sure that he knew we were ready to support his pre-landfall emergency needs and giving him the assurance that we would have funding available to support his actions, but also our ability to bring in the federal family to be ready to respond to them.
You mentioned the ongoing operations in Puerto Rico and the recovery efforts there. Are you concerned that your agency is stretched thin right now dealing with that and preparing for what's coming to Florida right now? Do you have the resources and staff to handle the second storm?
So we do have a lot of events that are going on right now. We're still supporting the recovery in Kentucky, and we're supporting the current recovery going on in Puerto Rico. We have a very talented and dedicated work staff, team of emergency managers, and we have enough people right now to come in and support the response for this, and then we will work to identify what the recovery needs are once we understand what the damages are. But we are more than postured to be able to support this response.
We heard the president say last week that the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery for the next month in Puerto Rico. Do you have an estimate yet, a ballpark of what that's going to cost for Puerto Rico?
I don't have that estimate yet, but it covers all of the different emergency protective measures, debris removal. There was a significant amount of debris removal that needed to take place. Any of their overtime costs that they may have incurred over that. As far as a dollar assessment, I don't have that yet.
No dollar assessment yet.
I don't have it yet. We can certainly see if we have a better estimate and get back to you.
Just to follow up.
I just told
I'm sorry.
I just told him that.
I just want to return to what Peter had asked about Governor DeSantis. In the past, President Biden, has made calls to governors in situations of natural disasters. Kay Ivey in Alabama, Asa Hutchinson in Arkansas, or the governor in Texas. Is there any? Can you articulate, I guess, how those determinations are made and why it hasn't been made in this case to have the president call the governor?
Yeah, the president is very focused on making sure that the federal family has the right resources available to support this. That is why I contacted the governor right away, and we have a team of my senior leadership that are embedded with the governor to make sure that we're supporting that. Our focus today is making sure that we have the right measures in place to support the life-saving activities that need to happen. Any conversations afterwards will need to be, we need to see what the damages are.
But he's made conversations with the mayors, so is there any reason why not the governor?
Again, we have a strong team that's in place supporting the governor right now, working side by side with him and his staff. We'll continue to stay engaged with him.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thanks.
Just a follow-up to that. Normally, presidents call governors or the governors call presidents, but the only thing that really, during hurricanes, the only real question I really want answered is it in any way the fact that they haven't talked? Is there any way that it's impeded efforts for the federal government or FEMA to implement plans in Florida? And if so, what would they be?
No, we are very focused on what the needs of Florida is right now. We do not bring politics into our ability to respond to these disasters. We are going to support whatever Governor DeSantis asks of us. We signed his emergency declaration within hours of him sending it in. We'll continue to do that as we see what the impacts of this storm are.
So the communication between the president and the governor has no impact on how you all operate?
Zero.
Just on the trajectory of the storm, I know you said that you expected to make landfall somewhere on the west coast. Is there an expectation that that could change in the coming, day or two? And if it were to make landfall somewhere else that isn't the area you described, what steps would need to be taken in order for those resources, I guess, to get quickly moved to other areas? And is the agency preparing for that?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, right? We have a tendency to really focus on the cone and where it's going to make landfall. But as I talked about in my remarks, we are going to see impacts across the state of Florida, whether it's inland flooding from the large amount of rain that we're going to see, tornadoes and tornado watches that we may see in the southern part of the state later today, to the storm surge and the hurricane force winds that may impact the communities near landfall. We are postured and we are moving our equipment in a place that can support all parts of Florida because we know that there are going to be impacts across the state.
And just in terms of the agency's resources, FEMA has obviously been involved in working with the issue of influx of migrants across the country. Has that in any way put a strain on the agency and its resources and personnel, or do you at this moment feel like you have what you need to do that as well as natural
the resources that we are providing to support the influx of the migrant flow is through a program called our Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a reimbursable grant program, and that's the main source of our involvement right now.
When you talk about complacency, what are you concerned about? Are people refusing to heed evacuation orders?
Yeah, what I worry about when I think about complacency is that if it's been a near miss in the past, they feel like they can just ride this out. I've been through this before, and I've had no issues, and so I can do it again. That's a dangerous way to think. I need to listen to your local officials because the storm surge, 10 feet, maybe in some areas higher, is going to be significant, and you put 20 inches of rain on top of that inland, you need to be able to listen to your local officials, right? And I think what we have and what we see is people that have not had any impacts, they think that that's not going to happen again. Take it seriously. Do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring. Okay, last two.
That was the FEMA updates at the White House earlier today. Of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break here of this hour, and when we come back, we'll have the very latest from Fox 13 in Tampa as their team continues to track Hurricane Ian. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here in real time here as we are taking a live track look there of Hurricane Ian. We continue to look for more updates throughout the evening here. We are going to be your source of all information coming from our teams in Fox 13 in Tampa, Fox 35 in Orlando, as well as guest opportunities from experts around the country with hurricanes. Let's give you a live look right now at some of the video that we are seeing from Tampa area right now as tracking Ian continues, and these images obviously will change in the next 24 hours as it gets closer to the Tampa, Sarasota region right now. And in just a moment, we will go out to Fox 13 Tampa, their coverage for the 5 p.m. Eastern. That is coming up in just moments here. But yeah, this is something that we have been really tracking the last couple of days and really have been bringing you coverage throughout the day today. We have not shown a different story here and really breaking it all down in real time for you as we continue to talk to experts from around the country and especially in the Tampa and Orlando area, giving us these updates all in real time. But right now we are going to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa. They are covering it, and this is the top there of their newscast coming in just moments right here on Live Now from Fox.
A lot of us in the next 24 to 36 hours, so let's get right to meteorologist Tyler Lyson for the latest on Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'd say unfortunately, everything is kind of going according to plan with the intensification of Ian. Overnight, crossed over western Cuba. Today, it's a strong Cat 3. Winds are up to 120 miles per hour. You notice the eye wall here kind of shrinking a little bit over the last few scans, and that is a sign of typically an eye wall replacement cycle. So over the next few hours, intensity will probably kind of sit where it is and then may get some further intensification as that eye wall really starts to reform. We'll see how that plays out. Everything kind of plays a role at this point as far as up and down intensity-wise, and certainly any little shift in its motion. We put this white line here to just give you an idea of due north motion right now. There's certainly little wobbles here and there, but what we'll look for is at what point this really starts to deviate and move a little more east of due north. That, of course, is going to dictate landfall point down the road. I know it sounds like crazy that just a little bit of a bump all of a sudden means it's hitting here versus here. You know, that all is going to be key as we lead up to landfall at some point on Wednesday evening. We're now getting hourly advisories, at least updating position and intensity fixes. We'll get a new track with the 5 o'clock advisory. For now, winds are at 120. Motion is still due north. Pressure's down to 952. As the pressure falls, it always takes a little bit for the wind speed to catch up. So undoubtedly, I think this at some point late tonight or early Wednesday will become a Cat 4. The track is still not completely set in stone. There's a cone here for a reason. Much smaller cone than we had a couple of days ago, but it's there for a reason because still this kind of thing still possible, and that's going to play a big role with surge especially. Paul's been talking about that so far over the last 30 minutes or so. We'll continue to harp on that because, again, a landfall point here puts 8 to 12 feet of surge into most of Sarasota County and not much at all around Tampa Bay, maybe a couple of feet. It's all about that exact landfall point. So you kind of take these numbers with a grain of salt. Count on the winds for sure. I'd say even 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Tampa Bay southward near the coastline. Highest surge, again, will be south of the bay if the track sticks like it is now. Gusts a little bit less if you're further north, but still nothing to scoff at. Over 60 miles per hour, 60 to 80, I'd say. Very little surge along the Nature Coast. A lot of heavy rain. Flooding rain is going to be an issue with this. Some spots could easily see close to 2 feet of rain in a couple localized spots, and that is going to be a big-time problem. Tornado threat, always a problem in tornadoes as well. We'll talk more about these impacts, and, of course, that 5 o'clock update coming up in about 30 minutes or so. Guys?
Everyone's waiting for that. All right, thank you, Tyler. Well, the window for flying out has just about officially closed. Airports across the Bay Area have either already shut down or are about to shut down as they prepare for Hurricane Ian. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez joins us now live from Tampa with the latest. Regina?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Chris. So Clearwater St. Pete, they were done early this morning. They had their last commercial flight leave a little after 11 a.m. and then they shut their doors at 1 in the afternoon. You've got Tampa International closing within the half hour at 5 p.m. and then Bradenton, Sarasota officially shutting down at 8 p.m. And then we did just get word that Orlando out there northeast is going to be shutting down tomorrow. So really all of these officials are saying that this is going to allow crews to prepare the terminals, prepare the airfields, and then get any remaining planes into shelter.
To my knowledge, we've never had a storm of this magnitude that has impacted us.
Right now, our priority is to protect our employees and our facilities. And after the storm passes, we'll be focused on reopening and reconstituting the airport.
Airports across the Tampa Bay region are suspending operations and halting commercial flights as powerful Hurricane Ian treks towards Florida's Gulf Coast. TPA operations officials held a press conference Tuesday where they assured facilities are built to withstand Category 4 conditions, but storm surge and flooded airfields remain top concerns.
That's all part of being here in Florida. We're ready for it. It's not going to be fun, but we're going to do the best we can.
Tampa General Hospital built a wall of flood prevention aqua fences. St. Pete area hospitals airlifted high-risk patients to safer locations. Empty gas stations and stores are scattered across the region, while local sandbag distribution centers reached capacity on Tuesday after filling more than 50,000 bags since Sunday.
This time, guys, we are going to need this. Take precautions, and if you are in an evacuation zone, get out
of your house. The governor suspending Bay Area tolls as mandatory evacuations in Hillsborough County alone are impacting close to 400,000 residents. Governor DeSantis says the state is now partnering with Expedia to help people with accommodations.
What I can tell you is we've marshaled all the resources available.
Now, Tampa International is actually going to have about 120 storm riders doing just that, staying at the facilities during the storm. They're plumbers, electricians, and really anybody who could help out immediately if they lose power or get flooding. The airport, Tampa International, says that just closing with these next few days is going to have a multi-million-dollar economic impact. So really, they're just hoping for the best, Chris.
Yeah, anyone who's flown out of TPA knows how close those runways are to old Tampa Bay there. So storm surge is something that's certainly on their minds, and let's hope they all fare well during whatever the hurricane brings. Thanks, Regina.
All right, let's go. 5 o'clock advisory just in Category 3. No real big change in intensity for now as it undergoes what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. But there's been changes since we saw you last night in the sense we're more confidence of a track also south of Tampa Bay, but also the environment from where it is now to the point of landfall. Last night, a lot of you said, how come it's going from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1? It's because we expected there to be some dry air and some shear. Now, because of a faster motion and a track a bit to the south, that's not going to show up. So this is a big problem, and I think I'll show you why. I just looked at this a second ago. We got a Category 4. Top winds 130. That'll be near, probably close to Sanibel or Captiva or Fort Myers or maybe even Northport, southern Sarasota County. I mean, we can't really pinpoint it this close, but you get the idea. It's going to be making landfall someplace just south of us, and everything to the right of this, and probably going to have a catastrophic storm surge. I mean, you're talking 10 feet of water that it's going to move on shore, and then right around the eye wall in the core where that comes on shore, there's going to be a lot of damage. There's no doubt about that. I mean, northwest and west, we talk about storm surge, and we've been harping on this. You know, when storms move onshore, it is everything to the right where the winds come up from the south or southwest. Everything from the left or the west, the winds go the other way. So north of where the storm is, I just don't see a big storm surge problem, and that includes Tampa Bay. And I know a lot of you are nervous about Barrier Islands out in Pinellas. There's going to be some water, especially as the storm approaches, but I mean, you can't get a storm surge when you get constant east-northeast winds. You just can't. When the storm goes by, the water may try to come back, but this is the point of landfall in east or south where it's typically the worst. This is the enhanced satellite view and getting almost close now to the latitude of Key West, and we're watching this on land-based radars. You can see this big gap here. That is the eye wall replacement cycle that is underway, and our Sky Tower radar is showing this rain from about I-4 south. This is all rain from Ian. This is rain from like summertime, from heating. That's moving to the west. Once it starts raining, it's pretty much going to rain nonstop for about 2 days, and rainfall potential is up to 2 to 3 feet in some spots. There's a lot more to go. We'll keep you updated. Next update coming up at 5:20. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Evacuation orders have been changing rapidly. Just today, Hillsborough and Sarasota expanded its mandatory orders to now include Zone B.
So here's the latest information for those of you living in those areas. Hillsborough County residents in Zone A, B, and if you live in a mobile home or a low-lying area, you're being asked to evacuate by 9 o'clock tonight. Pinellas County, Zones A, B, and C, all under evacuation order. Hernando County, mandatory evacuations issued there for all areas west of US 19, and that includes zones A, B, and C. Now, Manatee and Sarasota counties, zones A and B have been told to evacuate, and Pasco and Citrus counties, everybody in zone A advised to get out.
As of 5 o'clock, Tampa International Airport and the St. Pete Clearwater Airport are closed. They've both suspended operations in order to give staff enough time to secure aircrafts and ground equipment. It's still too early to know when the airports will reopen. They'll begin damage assessment once it's safe to do so and make a decision then. And on our roads, this is a look at I-4, and you can see cars moving pretty good, but on the other side, you see the backup trying to head east. Slowdowns are happening on most of our interstates, and the governor is coordinating with FDOT to open the shoulders along some of the roads like I-75 to help with increased traffic flow. Tolls have also been suspended to help evacuees.
So let's get to our county-by-county coverage. You just saw that slight change in the track, and now it appears that Sarasota and Manatee counties are more at risk. And because of that, Sarasota Airport's closing at 8 o'clock. The bridges out to all the islands, they're going to be shut down to traffic going on to the barrier islands. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon live right there at the Ringling Bridge, one of the bridges that will be closing at some point this evening, and nobody else can get out there. Is that right?
Yeah, Cynthia, that's right. We already saw Sarasota police out here. They are limiting who can get onto the barrier islands at this point, that being residents only. You must show your address if you're going back over into Lombo Key or even Anna Maria Island. But by 8 o'clock tonight, those bridges will be shut down to any oncoming traffic to the barrier islands. Of course, if you're still out there and you decide that you want to leave, you can still get off. But out here, we're starting to feel the temperature change as well. This morning when we woke up, it was muggy. It's still muggy now, but the temperature is definitely starting to get a little cooler. And you can see right back here, there are people out here fishing as they kind of get in those last couple hours before we need to be where we are at. And officials are really stressing the importance of being where you need to be by sundown tonight. They say we will begin to experience tropical storm force winds by the late evening, and they do not want people driving around as conditions begin to worsen. Today, Manatee and Sarasota counties expanded their evacuations, like you said, to now include level A and B. The bridges to barrier islands will be shut down to all traffic in both counties. Again, that's the traffic trying to get onto the barrier islands as we begin to prepare for the storm to move into our area.
This is a serious storm. It is not to be taken lightly. I know. I've been in the Tampa Bay area for decades too, and it seems like we always luck out. Do not count on us lucking out with this storm.
Plan for the worst and hope for the best, but I think that people should heed the warnings and do what you can to take yourself out of harm's way, and be calm and be kind.
Definitely be kind, a good message for tonight. And people are taking the storm seriously. We've seen today from Gulf Gate to Siesta Key, downtown Sarasota and St. Armands, there are many windows that have been boarded up and sandbags have been placed. And it is really hard to think about what could happen, especially now that we're looking at that storm track coming to Manatee, Sarasota counties. But like so many people have said today, things can be replaced, people cannot. Cynthia, back to you.
Absolutely, which is why you just got to go if you live in those barrier islands, especially. Thanks, Kim. Also, as we go a little further south now to Venice, we just got this alert. That city shutting off water to the island starting 8 o'clock tonight. Venice under an evacuation order. And again, they're going to shut the water down tonight at 8 o'clock.
To Pinellas County now, where thousands of residents are being urged to evacuate, but some are still planning to ride out the storm. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer watched as they made those last-minute preparations. He's live in St. Pete. What's the situation like now, Aaron?
Well, in downtown St. Pete would normally be busy this time of day, but take a look over here behind me. The sundial, I mean, most people would recognize this area here. It's a ghost town now. A lot of people have boarded up these stores, these restaurants, and a lot of them have headed out of town. Business owners aren't taking any chances with Hurricane Ian. They're boarding up, while drivers, fearing gas shortages, are filling up their tanks one last time.
Filling up with gas, making sure we got plenty of food and water, everything charged up.
And deciding if or when to leave town, depending on their evacuation zone.
We've been through a few storms here. We feel pretty safe.
I still haven't decided what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to stay put, I live right around here, or if I'm going to leave.
Meanwhile, St. Pete Public Works crews are also making last-minute preparations and asking residents to limit water use during the storm.
We are asking you not to do the unessential things such as clothes washing or dishwashing, so that we can then have the system ready to hit the ground running and be fully operational when those that have evacuated return.
The U.S. Coast Guard in St. Pete is urging residents to take evacuation orders seriously. The storm surge and rain could cause massive floods.
Number one priority will be search and rescue. As soon as the storm passes, we have
our boats and planes pre-positioned to respond to those in need.
The Coast Guard is also telling boaters to dock their vessels on higher ground immediately.
When you're talking about seas in excess of even 10 feet, for most of our recreational boating public, you do not want to be on the waters, and we're looking at potentially seas 2 to 3 times that height.
And that's a potentially devastating prediction that has some homeowners on edge.
Stay inside, listen to the news, and do what they tell you to do.
Yeah, and Pinellas County has had wastewater overflows over the years due to rainstorms, due to tropical storms, hurricanes, that sort of thing. St. Pete's Public Works Administrator says he's confident that a lot of the upgrades that have been made over the last 5, 6, 7 years will prevent, he hopes, that sort of thing from happening this time around. But Linda, he says, conserving water, not washing dishes during the storm, not washing laundry during the storm, that kind of thing will help them keep the system up and running during and after Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, something that many people might not have thought of, so good that we're pointing it out. Thanks. Well, access to the barrier islands in Pinellas County have also been restricted. Deputies are closing entrances from Tierra Verde to the Dunedin Causeway. Residents can still evacuate, but no one will be allowed to enter until after the storm passes.
And as we mentioned earlier, Hillsborough County officials have upgraded Zone B to mandatory evacuation. That means if you live in Zone A and B, you're being urged to leave if you haven't already. Fox 13's Gloria Gomez is live now on Davis Islands. How's it looking out there? Do you think everybody did heed the warning?
You know, it's pretty bleak right now. I don't see a lot of people actually driving around much. So it looks like people are heeding the warning. I can tell you, Cynthia, that earlier today we found a family who decided they were going to take a flight to Washington, D.C., but that was canceled at the last minute. So they had to find another way of getting around and actually finding a safe place for them. They decided, in fact, to pack up and go somewhere else. But Nicole Cooney was saying that, yeah, once she heard the evacuation orders this morning for Zone B, she decided, you know what, it was time to go. Take a look.
So today we are evacuating from the storm. We've had to make a few change of plans over the past few days, but we feel like we have a good plan and we're headed out here shortly. With the kids, I don't want to take any risks, so we're packing up everything, got everything up off the floor in the house, and hope everything's looking good when we come back.
And let's hope that it does. Keep in mind that Sheriff Chronister telling us this morning during a press conference that he does believe that people are heeding the warning. He said he watched last night as bumper-to-bumper traffic leaving on I-4, and he said that was really the first time that he actually really was happy to see traffic on I-4. And so maybe it is a good sign, Cynthia, that people are finally around here heeding the warning. Back to you.
I think you may be right. When I came in today, it was a little bit like a ghost town out on Kennedy. So I think people may have listened and got out of town. So thank you, Gloria. Information about evacuations and closures, it is constantly changing. So keep an eye on that scroll that you see right there at the bottom of your screen, because it's constantly being updated.
And when we are not on air, you can also find updates online at fox13news.com. Now, we have a county-by-county breakdown for information like shelter locations and closures. There's also some changes to hospital operations and public transportation routes. And you can find all that information there. And if you click on the weather tab or go to myfoxhurricane.com, you can find the latest on Ian's track.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there for all the latest coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. We're going to take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this very busy Tuesday. When we come back, though, we'll be going out to downtown Tampa. That is where Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall is standing by, so we're going to be speaking to him in about 2 minutes' time. We also want to preview, we just got the podium shot up there. And we're expecting to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in yet another news briefing on Hurricane Ian in about 10 minutes' time. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this Tuesday afternoon, we have about 4 Live Now looks there in places all across Florida that are going to be soon facing the onslaught of Category 3 Hurricane Ian as it makes its way to western Florida right now. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Take a look at our X-Rad weather system as well. You can see the path for yourself. Remember, last night at this same time, we were talking about the cone of uncertainty. You can see it has shifted ever so slightly to the east. Well, this as people in Florida are making last-minute efforts to get ready for Ian. Ian rapidly intensified into a major hurricane this morning. Now it's expected to be the first hurricane in a century to make landfall in the Tampa Bay area. That's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall with the latest. Austin, how are conditions looking and who have you spoken to?
Yeah, so Andrew, basically, right now the weather is calm. The hurricane hasn't quite made it to the Tampa Bay area yet, but eventually later tomorrow evening, that's when it's expected to hit this very populated part of the state. The winds, they're going to be packing a punch, but Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the main worry here is going to be the flooding. Now, in Sarasota, we saw hordes of people lining up for sandbags at one of the city's 3 sandbag distribution events. Most people told us they were getting sandbags to protect their homes from flooding. The line of cars weaved through the parking lot and wrapped around the street as far as we could see. And when you hear the numbers, it's easy to understand why people are prepping. Ian has the potential to bring 10 feet of storm surge, along with the possibility of a foot or more of rain. The National Hurricane Center says life-threatening conditions are possible along most of Florida's west coast. Now, Governor DeSantis has said people should be prepared for power outages as well. Many people are buying loads of gas to power their generators and cars. We spoke to one man who was bringing an extra 45 gallons home with him.
Never know. We might not have gas for the next 30 days maybe. So I'm just trying to prepare.
Now here in the Tampa Bay area, people are securing their homes and businesses ahead of the storm. As we drove around, several businesses were boarded up. We spoke with the owner of a Christmas shop who's preparing for some damage.
We work all year just to have the last 3 months of the year for the Christmas season. And if the building and the merchandise are destroyed, you know, the game's over for this year.
Now, because of flood risks, evacuation orders are being issued for areas in lower elevations. Here you see police in Clearwater, which is about a half hour west of Tampa, moving a lifeguard tower to higher ground. Now, Ian is expected to reach the Tampa area by tomorrow evening. After it moves past this area of Florida, it's expected to keep moving north up into Georgia. Andrew, back to you.
Austin, give us a sense and, walk us around, have a look there. Is it busy where you are? You were showing kind of the lines of cars, the traffic getting out of the Tampa Bay area. What is it looking like there?
From looking at the traffic cams, it appears that people are taking the evacuation orders to heart. We were traveling to and from Clearwater from Tampa, back and forth, and there was traffic every time we made that trip. As of right now, there is still traffic moving around in downtown Tampa. People are going about their business, walking on the sidewalks. But again, the weather just isn't that bad yet. It's calm here. It's not even drizzling. It's hardly even breezing at this point. So again, a lot of people, they are preparing for a bad storm to hit. Not quite yet seeing the residual effects of that on the streets yet. We have seen that several gas stations are sold out of gas, and a lot of grocery stores are closing early here.
Also, just lastly for you, because as you were saying in your report, this is really hasn't happened to the Tampa Bay region, at least a major storm like this in about 100 years' time. Now, the state of Florida is always very equipped and prepared for storms like this, but do some Tampa Bay residents feel uneasy? Do they necessarily know what to do, even though those evacuations are in place?
Yeah, so when most people think hurricane, they think of hurricane-force winds. That's why you saw a video of people boarding up their windows. But a lot of people here are concerned about the flooding because you ultimately can't get away when we're talking about, 10-foot plus storm surge plus, rainfall on top of that. Some people just don't know how to deal with that. And that's why, it seems so many people might be leaving these lower-level lying areas like Clearwater, which is right on the coast. Here in downtown Tampa, we're not quite as close to the coast as a city like Clearwater would be, but you're seeing this type of movement all up and down Florida's west coast, from Sarasota all the way up to the Tampa Bay area here. People have not experienced a storm like this in this area for a while, no, but they're treating this with vigilance, and many people are more than likely going to be feeling a pretty strong storm here.
Okay, Fox's Austin Westfall there, live for us in Tampa. Austin, stay safe. We'll be talking again, no doubt.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we thank Austin there, as so many of our reporters who are in Florida right now are providing such great information, such great insight, on-the-ground analysis as well. Let's put this shot up for you. We are waiting a press conference from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in yet another briefing and update about preparations the state is making. We also have our X-Red weather system. We're going to be speaking very soon to the acting director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, to talk about where forecasters think this is going to go. Will that cone of uncertainty shift ever so eastward yet again, like we saw a little bit this morning? And so they are expecting landfall sometime around tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We want to thank everyone for choosing Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover Hurricane Ian. We're going to leave this up. We're going to be speaking to our folks there at the National Hurricane Center very soon. Okay, and you can just see there the strength of this storm. It's a Category 3. Remember, yesterday at this time, we were saying it was headed directly for western Cuba. We're going to be getting some images as well out of Cuba as this storm moves past it on its way to western Florida. Of course, mandatory evacuations are in place. The major airports have ceased and shuttered operations until the storm is essentially over. That's the Tampa Bay Airport. That's the St. Petersburg Airport. We also are learning a number of events have been postponed and delayed, including a lot of sporting events, the Tampa Bay Lightning, their preseason games, and the like. We also know that another major event that was supposed to be happening in Washington tomorrow on Capitol Hill, the latest installment of the January 6th House Select Committee hearings, also postponed. They were supposed to take place tomorrow. We're going to be speaking very soon here with the National Hurricane Center. We're going to get that set up, and then we'll take it. Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here as we approach 2:30 on the West Coast, 5:30 there on the East Coast. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just stepped up to the podium. We're going to be bringing you those remarks very, very soon here. Right now, though, we want to get an update from the National Hurricane Center, being joined by Acting Director Jamie Rome. Mr. Rome, thank you so much for being with us. We've been speaking with you throughout the last 24 hours, and we know that cone of uncertainty has shifted ever so eastward. What's its track right now? What do you think?
Well, it's shifted more towards direct impacts for southwestern Florida, so down towards Fort Myers, so down more in this area. But what I want to caution against is people up in Tampa feeling like they've dodged a bullet or somehow gotten lucky, because what's probably going to happen over the next couple of days is a band of very heavy rain. Very heavy rain. So this graphic is showing upwards of 15 inches basically along the I-4 corridor, creating a significant flood risk. And indeed, we've upgraded our flood risk or heavy rainfall risk to now high. Now, from experience, this is pretty rare to have it go to high risk. So that's indicative of significant risk even north of the track.
Okay, so you're saying the Tampa area is not in the clear at all just yet. What about some of these other areas in Florida, the Orlando area? And we've also been hearing, especially from you guys there at the National Hurricane Center, that this storm could hover, that it could sit, and that's where most of the rainfall might be coming from. Is that still what the models are saying?
Yeah, it's going to basically crawl slowly across the Florida peninsula, which heightens the risk from all of the hazards. Storm surge down along the coast down here, rainfall and winds inland, and as that heavy rain falls and saturates the soil, the wind then comes and knocks trees down, which then creates blocked roads and power outages. So it's just going to be a really tough few days over a good chunk of Central Florida.
Okay, and just lastly, Mr. Rome, what about tornadoes that could spawn from some of these hurricane-related winds? Are you seeing that as well in Florida yet?
It's certainly the potential. Potential is there. There's always a potential of tornadoes in these outer bands, if you will. You're a little bit removed from the center. But at this point, we really think the damaging wind with the core of the hurricane, the flash flood potential, like what I'm showing here, and then the storm surge potential down in the southwest Florida are the main hazards.
Okay, Jamie Rome there with the National Hurricane Center. We appreciate your time. Stay safe, and we'll be talking again. Okay, we always appreciate all the things they do to keep us safe, to keep us informed as well. But like I said, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and state officials there in Florida are holding a briefing as we speak. Let's start it from the very beginning.
Good evening. I'm joined here today with Kevin Guthrie, our DEM director, Major General Jim Eifert, head of the Florida National Guard, Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue. We're also, for the first time, joined by Rear Admiral Brendan McPherson, Commander, Coast Guard 7th District. We also have Colonel Gene Spalding with the Florida Highway Patrol, and then again, Gracia Check, FEMA for Region 4 Administrator for FEMA. As of 5 p.m., Hurricane Ian is located roughly 250 miles south of Sarasota. It's moving north at 10 miles per hour. It is a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. As many of you know, these tracks have migrated over the past 2 days, and more recently, starting this morning, the track has migrated south of Tampa. At the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, had landfall somewhere in the Sarasota area. The 5 p.m. advisory has adjusted that track a little bit more south, and so again, this is an inexact science, of course, subject to change, but they're now forecasting it to strike land basically at the Charlotte-Sarasota County border. And if you look at that area and you're familiar with that area, you know there's a lot of potential for flooding and storm surge in that part of the state. You also, because of the track it's taking, expect a major impact somewhere in that area, but it's also going to continue moving throughout the state, and it's actually going to exit probably somewhere Volusia, Flagler, St. Johns counties. So that's going to take tropical storm force winds at a minimum up through almost like it's riding I-4. So you're going to have impacts in places like Polk County, Orange County, Volusia County. That's going to be significant winds. It's also going to be a lot of rainfall. And so those areas are already saturated. You're going to end up with more. That is going to cause hazards for trees falling down. It will likely interrupt power for many communities in that part of the state. And this is going to be working its way. You'll have the first landfall will be tomorrow night, Wednesday night, but it's going to meander through the state all the rest of Wednesday night, all of Thursday, and it's going to exit most likely sometime on Friday morning. So this is going to be a lot of impacts, and they will be felt far and wide throughout the state of Florida. I want to commend our counties on Florida's Gulf Coast for all their hard work in doing preparations, particularly over the last week. We also have a lot of residents in those counties. Many of them know the drill, but many of them are also new to Florida. And you've seen all reports that we've received from from Lee and Charlotte and Sarasota all the way into Tampa Bay area is by and large people are taking appropriate precautions. When you look at storm surge of this nature, that is a very life-threatening hazard when you're talking about 10 feet, 12 feet of storm surge, which you could see in certain parts of this when it makes landfall. It's also going to produce a massive amount of rain. It is going to produce major flooding. The storm, when it impacts land, it's expected, yes, it will weaken, but it will also slow, which means it's just going to be churning out rain, moving at a snail's pace. That rain is going to pile up very quickly in different parts of southwest Florida. So these hazards are real. We want people to be able to take the appropriate precautions. Listen to your local emergency management officials. There have been evacuations now in place for some time up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida. As the storm moves in, you're going to potentially have directives issued from folks in the interior of our state or even on the east coast of the state for low-lying areas that absolutely could end up flooding due to this storm. So listen to that and heed those instructions and make sure you're doing what you need to do to be able to protect yourself. So we now have over 2.5 million people that are under some type of evacuation order, and that includes people in counties such as Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Levy, Manatee, Pasco, Pinellas, Sarasota counties, Collier, Gilchrist, Glades, Highland, and Taylor counties. Make sure you know your evacuation zone. You go to floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare, floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. We can rebuild property, we can fix infrastructure, you can fix your home. You don't get a mulligan when your personal safety is at risk. And so we know this thing is going to be hitting the state directly sometime tomorrow evening. You still have some time, but that time is rapidly running out. Florida Department of Transportation and Florida Highway Patrol have been in coordination. Once the traffic on I-4 reduced to under 40 miles an hour and you started to see the buildup, they have activated the emergency shoulder use on I-4 eastbound from Tampa to Orlando. This will add capacity and will allow the evacuations to move more quickly. In this area, motorists can use the left shoulder. And then in Orlando, where the shoulder use ends, there are several roads where motorists can move north or south, or they can continue on I-4 in the normal traffic lanes. And we do emergency shoulder use rather than the one-way traffic because you still need to be able to get people into where the storm is coming with supplies and all sorts of other things. And so this has been studied by this department for a decade, and this has proven to be the superior way to do it. There is not yet emergency shoulder use on I-75 because the traffic is flowing. If that traffic does go to the point where it's under 40 miles an hour sustained, then they will execute that. Why wouldn't you just execute it regardless? Well, because it's hazardous to have people going 75 miles an hour on a shoulder, and that's where the traffic has been by and large. But we understand that can change, and the FDOT has been instructed by me and Kevin to make sure that they make those appropriate adjustments. We've also suspended tolls on additional roads. We had all the tolls in the Tampa Bay area, of course, as well as I-75 going into Alligator Alley. We now have State Road 91, the Turnpike Mainland from Osceola Parkway north to I-75, State Road 417, Southern Connector Extension, Central Florida Greenway and Seminole Expressway, State Road 429, the Western Beltway, State Road 408, State Road 429, State Road 528, the Beach Line, State Road 414, State Road 538, State Road 453, State Road 551, I-4 Express, and State Road 552. So those are all the main toll roads in Central Florida. We have the Tampa Bay area, you have it going into Alligator Alley, and now you have that. A list of all the facilities can be found at fdot.gov/Ian toll suspension, fdot.gov/Ian toll suspension. And as we continue to monitor the path, if there are more tolls that need to be suspended, of course, we will do it. We announced earlier today, but want to make sure everyone knows that if you are seeking shelter in a hotel, that Expedia has partnered with Visit Florida to provide access to hotel rooms in our state. If you go to expedia.com/Florida, expedia.com/Florida, you can see what is available. And again, if you're called upon to evacuate, you don't need to necessarily evacuate hundreds of miles away. You're being called to evacuate because of the threat of storm surge and flood risk. If you get to higher ground, most of the places in the state of Florida are going to be able to handle hurricane force winds, and so you'll be able to be there for the storm, then hopefully return as soon as possible. Don't leave your pets behind. Helpful information about planning for your pet is also available at floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare, floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. Almost every pet shelter is going to be pet friendly. People understand that that's important, and it is important that we're taking care of our pets. So as of 3 p.m., almost 100 shelters, including more than 50 special needs shelters, have been opened, mostly along the Gulf Coast region of the state of Florida. There's more shelters that are constantly being added, and particularly as the track of the storm changes, you're going to see more counties shift into that mode in different parts of Florida. Go to floridadisaster.org/shelters if you want to see the shelter availability, floridadisaster.org/shelters. We now have 56 school districts that have announced school closures. If you want the most up-to-date information on that, go to floridadoe.org/storminfo. We are at over 5,000 with the Florida National Guard. We have 2,000 guardsmen from neighboring states. National Guard has 3 Chinook helicopters staged and ready to respond, and they actually have 6 more en route. We have 5 urban search and rescue teams activated. We have 3 additional teams on standby as needed, and we have FWC, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has officers placed all around the state in anticipation of heavy rains and flooding. They have high water vehicles as well as shallow draft boats that are available for immediate deployment in a search and rescue situation. We also have aviation assets for FWC that are on standby. Of course, Highway Patrol is surge personnel, and they will continue to do that as needed. And we'll hear from the Admiral, but U.S. Coast Guard has staged 21 rotary wing aircraft, 9 fixed wing aircraft, 4 cutters. They also have shallow draft vessels ready to provide search and rescue assistance in flooded areas should that be necessary. As of today, 100% of operating long-term care facilities do have a generator on site, and we're happy about that. We now have over 30,000 linemen across the various utility companies, both investor-owned and municipal, as well as electrical co-ops, that are staged for powered restoration across the state. And so we anticipate that that will grow, and we also anticipate that the needs for power restoration have grown as the track of the storm has changed. I mean, we were here a couple days ago. They were looking at maybe it skirting the Gulf Coast and ended up impacting someplace in northern Florida. That obviously would be less power impact than having a direct entry into southwest Florida and then cutting across the state where it's going to impact millions and millions of people. So they all understand that, and the impact area really spans all of their different customer service areas. I mean, you're going to have FPL, Duke, TECO, all of them are going to be impacted by this, and all of them have people that are ready to go. We've gotten at Florida DEM about 730 requests for assistance. Over 600 have been fulfilled. Others are on the way. Some can only be fulfilled once the storm hits, and they will be. As the track of the storm has shifted more south, Kevin Guthrie has shifted more resources to the southwest portion of the state, and so you have folks that are there, medical, shelter, a whole host of different ways to be able to help the folks there. We are bringing in more than 1 million gallons of fuel to support response efforts. We have 10 feeding kitchens staged in the area through our nonprofit partners, And then 15 hospitals and over 100 healthcare facilities have been evacuated across the Gulf Coast. For facilities that are not evacuating, it is our expectation that visitation is not restricted and patients are still able to see their families. But we do appreciate being able to speak with a number of folks with major hospital systems. If you have hospitals in low-lying area, they have a plan. They know this, they could be called upon to do it, and they've executed those plans. And we appreciate that, and we appreciate them working hard to keep these patients safe. Again, if you have any questions about what to do over the next, obviously, if you're on the west coast of Florida, this is something that is much more imminent. You are going to get, as we get into Thursday and Friday, you're going to see impacts all the way to the east coast of Florida. This thing's going to exit the state of Florida and most likely end up getting stronger, riding into the Atlantic, and then probably hitting Georgia, South Carolina, someplace like that. So this thing's the real deal. It is a major, major storm. I want the Admiral to come up and talk about some of the things that they're doing, and also just for me to be able to say we appreciate all the folks in the Coast Guard. Many are Florida residents, many are stationed here, and we appreciate the great job that you guys do.
Thank you, Governor. So as the Governor said, I'm Rear Admiral Brendan McPherson. I'm the Senior Operational Commander for the Coast Guard in the Southeast, including the state of Florida. And we are working very closely with our local, state, and federal partners to prepare for this very dangerous, life-threatening storm. Our first #1 priority is search and rescue and saving lives. So in order to do that, we've already dispatched 30 aircraft to the region. One of our largest air stations is right here in Clearwater. And so we've evacuated those aircraft. We've moved them to West Palm Beach. We have aircraft pre-positioned there, Miami, as well as Mobile, Alabama. Those aircraft will be ready to move into the area as soon as the conditions allow them to fly in there safely. I'd like to take this opportunity for anybody that is second guessing. There's still time to evacuate. I would encourage you to do so if you are in one of those evacuation zones. While it sounds like we have a lot of resources, and we do, we really think it's more important that people evacuate, follow the local officials' guidance on that because of the strain it can put on it and the dangers to them and our air crews. In addition to saving lives, the other thing we're really focused on is being ready to reopen the ports as soon as the conditions allow. We have Coast Guard cutters and teams specially trained to be able to do that. Standing by as soon as conditions allow, we'll be working with our partners from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, along with NOAA, to conduct surveys, identify any hazards, and then open those waterways so that we can move commodities into the port of Tampa Bay as soon as possible. We recognize that those ports are critical to the safety, security, and the prosperity of the region. In addition to that, we'll also be prepared to respond to any spills or hazardous spills in or along the waterways, and we'll continue to work with our local partners along with EPA to do that. And finally, we will be ready to receive any mission assignments we may receive from the state of Florida through Federal Emergency Management Agency. And lastly, as the Governor indicated, the Coast Guard is not only responding to a hurricane, we are impacted by this as well. Nearly 5,000 Coast Guard men and women and families call this area home, and so we're doing everything we can to support them to provide the assistance they need as they evacuate and their loved ones stand the watch. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good evening. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. You've been right here with us the entire time, so I certainly appreciate that, and I know the men and women of the Florida Division of Emergency Management do as well. Florida Division of Emergency Management remains in constant contact with all 67 counties. I have called about a dozen of those individuals in the highest impact area today. We currently have more than 700 active missions, as the Governor has already mentioned. This includes coordination of resources such as trucks of food, water, generators, pumps, and most importantly, staff to staff shelters. We're mobilizing and deploying over 100,000 tarps to protect homes from storm impacts after the disaster. 5 Florida urban search and rescue teams are activated and will be prepared to deploy to impacted areas around the state as response and recovery efforts begin. We have federal USAR teams from Texas, Virginia, Indiana here to help us as well. We also have another team from Ohio that is currently mobilizing. We have state emergency management agencies from around the country that have mobilized. We have about a dozen stretching all the way from Montana and Colorado all the way to the East Coast that have come in to assist us. We're currently coordinating the provision of meals for first responders staged in Orange County. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management agency or public safety office. If they cannot find the information there, they can go to our website at floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. At this point in time, I implore, I urge everyone that is in an evacuation zone that has been asked to evacuate, the time is now. You must evacuate now. There will be a point in time where you will not be safe to travel the roads. The time to evacuate is now. Get on the road. I want to further emphasize this, and many of you know that I was a local emergency manager before I came here. There will come a point in time when local public safety officials will not be able to respond to your help, your cry for help. They will not be able to do it. And you may be left to fend for yourself. Again, the time to evacuate is now. Governor, I want to thank you for your continued leadership and your partnership. Again, you've been steadfast and right here with us the entire time. Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things I think in terms of the evacuations, of course, you have some areas that are barrier islands, of course, would be very prone to storm surge. You also have in Southwest Florida, really throughout the state, but certainly in the communities that may get hit with the initial impact of the eye of the storm, you've got a lot of mobile homes, and you have folks, and actually the way those are done, they actually can withstand 100-mile-an-hour winds. In South Florida, I think they have to do up to 110 to be certified, but you're looking at a Category 3 storm that is strengthening. It will become a Category 4 storm, and it may even be a Category 4 storm when it makes impact in what looks to be Southwest Florida. So that is not a risk that you want to take if you are living in some type of mobile home or manufactured housing. And I know a lot of people have left and have sought shelters, but it's my understanding that not everybody has. You still have time to do it. You do not have to evacuate hundreds of miles. Obviously, if you have friends, family, some of that, hotels, that's preferable. But as a last resort, these shelters are open. And I would just urge people to take advantage of that. I know it's not easy sometimes to leave your home, and I know people don't want to see anything bad happen when they get back, but the stakes are high. This is a very powerful storm. It will weaken once it gets on shore, and by the time it moves through the state, and it's not going to cut through the whole state as a Cat 4, but it very well may make impact as a Cat 4, and that's really, really serious business. Okay, any questions? Yes, sir.
Biden as Ian approaches?
So I have not personally spoken with the president, but FEMA has approved our pre-landfall request. We've had Gracia here really since the weekend. Gracia's been here. She's always around here. And so we feel like we have a good relationship with FEMA. I'm happy to brief the president if he's interested in hearing what we're doing in Florida. My view on all this is you got people's lives at stake, you got their property at stake, and we don't have time for pettiness. We got to work together to make sure we're doing the best job for them. So my phone line is open, and we're happy. But we do appreciate the quick approval of the pre-landfall declaration.
Can you clarify the 2.5 or about 2.5 million people that are in hurricane evacuation zones? How many of those are in mandatory evacuation zones, and how many are voluntary?
I think they're almost all are mandatory. I would say there's some counties that just don't do mandatory. Their view is we're going to issue this guidance. They urge them to do it, but their view is we're not going to go take people out of their homes or whatnot. So some of that may be a distinction without a difference. It just depends on how the counties apply it.
Are you hearing anything about the hotel situation across interior Florida, where people are leaving the West Coast, heading inland? Is it filling up and backed up at hotels?
So we have members from the FRLA that are a part of our ESF 18, which is our business and industry sector, just right here on the floor to give us that information. Right now, they have not come to us and said that there is, no vacancy in essence. So again, I reiterate what the governor's already said. Expedia.com/Florida to start finding hotel rooms. If you're in a situation where you have the means to pay for a hotel, certainly there's still vacancy in the state of Florida for that. If you cannot afford that, then you need to be moving to a shelter, and you need to be doing that now.
Yes.
FEMA Administrator Chris Wells said today that she acknowledged concerns that Florida, as was said, lacks response to the storm so far, and that
Whoa,
some
whoa,
folks
whoa,
that are
whoa.
living
Give me
there.
a break. That is nonsense. Stop politicizing, okay? Stop it. We declared a state of emergency when this thing wasn't even formed. We've had people in here, you've had counties doing, they've done a lot of hard work, and honestly, you're trying to attack me, I get, but like you're attacking these other people who've worked very hard, and so that's just totally false. I don't think we've ever, certainly since I've been governor, declared a state of emergency this early. We made sure that we were very inclusive with it. We said that there was a lot of uncertainty, and we've worked to make sure the preparations that have been done and all the stuff, you talk to the people at the counties when they've needed something, stuff gets there very quickly because of what Kevin and his team have done.
Can we also get you to talk about the historical significance of this storm surge? I mean, we have had hurricanes in the past that have had a lot of water, but are you doing anything differently because of the amount of water and the way it's looking like it could land, as you said, sit in a part of the state for so long?
Well, I think that's why you have evacuations that have been ordered in the low-lying areas. And again, that's a county decision, but it's a decision we've supported and we've worked with them on because you do have potential historic storm surge. Now, we were here 24 hours ago. You were looking at maybe 10, 12 feet in the Tampa Bay area. Now, that has shifted to where that type of surge may be further down the coast in southwest Florida. You have Tampa still going to get potentially significant storm surge as well. And so that is something at that level is life-threatening. You also have the situation where you could have almost like Hurricane Harvey was in Houston, where it gets onshore and is just slowly moving and meandering, dumping water and water and water, and that's going to pile up, and that's going to cause a lot of problems with flooding. And so, we've been talking about that the whole time. People understand that. That's why the evacuations have not just been the barrier islands, but areas that are susceptible to that type of flooding. And I think if you look at like Charlotte County and some of those areas, you have a potential for major inundation there, and it's not just the people that live on the coast. And so that message, I think, has been delivered by the local emergency managers, and I think they've done a good job.
Governor, on power restoration, you had mentioned because the storm is going to be basically sitting over much of the state for 2 days, maybe more, should people expect to have restoration crews not be able to access that area for a good while, more than usual? And do we have crews in areas, I guess, southeast Florida that can get in there when it's appropriate?
So right. I mean, we've said from the beginning, people are going to lose power, and you need to be prepared for that. And it's not going to be something that's going to automatically just go back on very quickly, because you're going to have extensive damage, and you're going to have crews be able to get in. Roads are going to have to be cleared. Some places where they may have to go over bridges, those are going to have to be inspected. So people should just understand that. Now, there's a whole host of manpower that is stationed to be able to get in there as soon as possible, because clearly we want people to be protected when the storm hits. That's first thing, protect lives. Then if there's somebody that's in jeopardy after the storm hits, the search, the rescue, we have assets that are stationed for that, very, very significant. Then in terms of what do you do to get the normal society back, resumption of key services, starting with power, obviously fuel, communications. I've been in contact with AT&T, Verizon. They have an enormous amount of assets, and so those assets are deployed, and they are going to be responding, because we know how important it is to be able to communicate. We do have fuel contracts, and we'll work to make sure the fuel's done. But I think it also depends on the extent of the damage. I mean, for example, Kevin has been working with the utilities to make sure that if there's damage to transformers, that we have the ability to get a replacement. We're not exactly living in a great supply chain environment right now. And so that's something that we've been sensitive to, and Kevin's been sensitive to. So you may have problems there. Now, if you have the replacement part, that makes it better, but that's going to cause that. How extensive is the damage to where these crews can get in? Now, FDOT and Highway Patrol, they're going to work to clear these roads because that's something that's very significant. But I would also say you're going to likely have power go out in a lot of parts of the state as this thing goes through. I mean, you're going to have tropical storm force winds in, say, Orange County, in Seminole, in Volusia, Flagler, those places. You know, there's going to be trees knocked down. There's going to be power lines knocked down. So there's going to be a lot to take care of. So we've got the manpower ready. They're going to work as hard as they can. But I don't think anyone should go into this thinking, you know, that somehow they may lose power for like one night and then it's just all going to snap back on. You're talking about really, really significant impacts.
In terms of supplies, because obviously we have the ports closed down, and I know there's some concern with fuel, obviously, but are there other impacts that the general consumer across Florida might experience as we go through this process? Because if we have the ports closed down, we may not have the commodities coming in. And I don't know if that's you or...
Well, the ports understand the vital role they play. They have to make decisions based on safety, which we understand, but they're all committed to immediately opening, you know, as soon as the storm passes, and they understand how important that is. I do think, though, one thing maybe a little bit different about this storm is just, okay, the storm happens. Unfortunately, there will be damage. You know, we get into the future because of the supply chain problems writ large, not tied to a port being closed for a couple days. Replacing things in your house, doing things like that, it probably will take a little longer than it did in the past. And that's not anything unique to Florida. That's just the fact that we have so many interruptions that we've seen, and the supply chain has been struggling for quite some time now. But at the end of the day, the ports understand the vital role they play. We're committed doing whatever we need to do to help to make sure that, and I know FDOT is as well, and we want to get the goods coming back as soon as possible. Okay, thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, we just wanted to obviously show you that press conference in its entirety here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much. We're just a little bit after the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here on the West Coast, 6 o'clock there in Florida, where you were just listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as other state emergency management officials. He essentially said that the rain is going to pile up very quickly in Southwest Florida. Tolls have been suspended on the highways for those who are evacuating, and for those who still need to evacuate. You heard the urgent plea there from that one management official saying that essentially there's going to be a point in time when this storm is over parts of Western Florida that local emergency response services will not answer your call. He essentially said that it's every man for himself at that point in time, because the conditions will be such that local emergency management officials will not be able to get to you because it would be a danger to themselves. He also said 56 school districts have been closed right now. Ian is about 255 miles off the coast of Sarasota, and they believe it's going to hit, the impact of landfall is going to be at the county border between Sarasota County and Charlotte County, and it's not going to exit the state of Florida fully until, according to Governor DeSantis, until Friday morning. So many events, many entities have been closed there in the state, including the 2 airports in the Tampa Bay metropolitan region, including Tampa Bay's airport, St. Petersburg's airport. We also have this tweet we want to put up as well from Walt Disney World, Disney Park, saying, given the latest projections, Walt Disney World theme parks and water parks will be closed on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. Disney Springs will be closed tomorrow. We anticipate Disney Springs will be also closed on Thursday, and we will provide updates as we continue to track the storm. We are monitoring weather conditions so we can make timely decisions for the safety of our cast and guests, including when it's safe for cast to return to the site to prepare for reopening. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, while Governor DeSantis and state emergency officials were speaking, we also got an update from Tampa Bay city officials, including Mayor Jane Castor. We'll air it when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you've been with us throughout the day, you've been getting all these updates from Florida officials on how the preparations are going for Hurricane Ian. It's right now at a Category 3 level of strength, winds sustained of about 125 miles per hour. We just heard from Governor DeSantis that it is moving right now about 10 miles per hour, but it's about 255 miles off the coast of Sarasota, Florida. Right now, though, we want to listen into the city of Tampa, Florida officials. Mayor Jane Castor just held a briefing with her law enforcement team and her emergency management team. Let's listen in. We know this part of Florida on the western coast is going to be very, very impacted.
All right. Everybody ready? Okay. Mayor Jane here giving the latest briefing. As you all know, we're looking to do this at 11:30 and 5:30 every day. The latest predicted path of Hurricane Ian shows that it may land a little further south than first anticipated, which wouldn't be good news for our neighbors, but would be for the Tampa Bay area. You know, having the storm basically stall right across from Tampa Bay, as we discussed earlier, would really be catastrophic with the amount of rain, the storm surge, and no place for the water to go as we are already saturated. So we have, our plans have gone very, very well. Our preparations, our Parks and Recreation passed out almost 100,000 sandbags. We opened up 16 Parks and Rec locations for children whose parents had to go to work. Those facilities have all been closed down for the storm. The evacuations, I've been in contact with FDOT, talked to Greg Slater with Thea, and they have seen record numbers of people up on the Selman Expressway going out eastbound. I-4, as you know, has some traffic congestion going east, and the same thing with north. So people are heeding the warning to evacuate to safer grounds. So we are doing well. We have had the officers go to all of the mobile home parks in the evacuation zones. So we feel very confident about that. People are going to the shelters. We're getting them transportation there. So we are prepared. We are having, as I stated before, conversations with the fuel suppliers to make sure that we've got those up and running. We had our code enforcement go out. We have just over 100 ALFs and nursing homes in the city of Tampa. They went around to each one of those, not only ensuring they had the generators, but that those generators worked. We offered fuel for some of the ones that were a little low, and the city had agreed to top off those generators in the event that they need those. Tico is here to talk about some of the earlier notification that they were going to shut down some of their facilities, and so they will talk a little bit more about that. But first, I will have Chief Tripp, our emergency manager, come up and give a few details.
Thank you, Mayor. Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue, as well as the Emergency Manager. As the Mayor has stated earlier about the changes with Hurricane Ian, that still does not stop us from preparing for the worst. We will receive some rain, we will receive some wind, so we still need to make sure that everyone is prepared. If you are still in the evacuation area, you must make sure that you follow the rules that we want you to evacuate safely. This storm could make another change, which we're hoping it doesn't, but you just need to make sure you're prepared. Once again, we have been communicating with local agencies for assistance. We have been communicating with the community. We have a lot of resources out there available to the community, so we want to make sure that everyone take heed to the resources that's available. Make sure you take care of your loved ones, your kids, and your pets. We have shelters that are open for special needs. We have shelters that are open for families to make sure that you are secured. We don't know what this storm is going to bring. And as the Mayor stated earlier, it shifts good for Tampa, you know, but once again, we just hope it doesn't shift again. And once the storm do start coming in, once again, 911, first responders will not be able to respond if the winds or sustained wind are greater than 40 miles per hour. So for your safety and our safety, we ask you to continue to pay attention to the news and all the media that's out there for you all to stay safe as well as keep us safe. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of points to add to what Mayor Castor and Chief Tripp mentioned. Our school shelters are up and running, and they are being staffed with Tampa PD school resource officers. So the security at the shelters is of the utmost priority for those that have evacuated. We actually did visit Zone A and Zone B, which were the two mandatory evacuation zones, 3 times. So we're still urging residents to evacuate safely. There is still plenty of time to evacuate to one of the shelters. The transportation options are available until 7 p.m. this evening. That is Hart and Uber, which are both free of charge. So if anybody wants to get to one of the shelters, we are obviously have those opportunities available to us. The one thing I do want to mention is that since the state of emergency was announced, that any of the crimes that are committed in the burglary or theft realm that are committed during the state of emergency, that the penalties are enhanced. And I just want to stress that at this point, that if you commit a burglary or a theft during a state of emergency in Hillsborough County, a burglary would normally be a 2nd-degree felony, and it will be upgraded to a 1st-degree felony, and a 3rd-degree felony theft or burglary would be enhanced to a 2nd degree. So I just want to stress that we are obviously protecting our businesses and our residents' homes from burglary and theft, and I just would recommend that people do not commit those crimes because of the enhancements. The other thing I just want to mention as far as the law enforcement is concerned is that if you are arrested for one of those crimes, you also have mandatory appearance in front of a magistrate before you're able to bond out, and that's going to be delayed as the courts will be closed for the next couple of days. So again, Tampa PD is ready, willing, and able to assist anybody that needs last-minute preparations, but we do, stress that we have resources available to you, and it's very important that anybody that is still in the evacuation zones stay abreast of any changes that happen with the track of the storm. I'd like to announce Councilman Joseph Citro here, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'd like to thank all of the family members of the City of Tampa. All the departments have been working very, very hard to keep the citizens safe. But I'm going to have to repeat the words of Chief Tripp. If you are in a mandatory evacuation area and this storm takes a different course, please, if the winds get too strong or the streets get flooded, first responders may not be able to get to you. Please, if you're in an evacuation zone, please evacuate now. And the City of Tampa is working hard to keep you and your family safe.
Hi, Sherry Jacobs, Tampa Electric. Tampa Electric is bringing in thousands of workers to help restore power after the storm passes. We have 3,500 line workers, tree trimmers, and damage assessors. Some of them have already arrived, and the rest will arrive tomorrow to help us restore power as quickly and safely as possible after it's safe to work when the storm passes. Earlier today, we were evaluating the risk in our downtown electrical grid, and we were considering doing targeted interruptions in 2 parts of downtown, the western side and the southern tip. Happy to report that with this change in Hurricane Ian's track, the risk of storm surge has diminished significantly. So we no longer, at this time, are planning to interrupt the power to any customers in the downtown area, including Davis Island and Harbor Island. Now, this is, of course, a dynamic storm. Things could change. We may reevaluate that in the future, but for now, there's no plans to interrupt the service downtown.
Maybe about 30 feet. And then once I get on that...
Questions. One of the things I want to just let everyone know is that with our homeless population, that we have been focused on that as well. And so we have provided transportation for all of the residents at Tampa Hope, which many of you know is our wraparound residential services for those individuals that are homeless. And we have moved all of those individuals to a shelter. And we have our officers and our homeless liaison, homeless reach out teams that are out in the community trying to encourage our homeless population to transport to one of these shelters. Also, I believe there was a little confusion about the curfew. The conversation was if the original storm prediction was to come to fruition, that being 10 to 15 foot tidal surges and 20 to 30 inches of rain, that we would, based on the outcome of that storm, put a curfew in place, but that curfew would not be put in place without conversations with Hillsborough County. So I think that was misinterpreted.
A wild-looking eye here on Ian as it stands. It's really got that stadium effect, which is something that we spoke about earlier with Dr. David, and I really am curious to hear what he has to say about how the eye is developing here, particularly with the mesovortices that are occurring around it. And of course, we are rapidly losing daylight with the visible satellite imagery. That is going to be an entirely different looking storm by the time we have sunrise heading into tomorrow. So guys in the back, just let me know when Dr. David is ready here. In the meantime here, we can go to the high resolution satellite graphic that I have pulled up, or we have Dr. David ready to rock here. So, I mean, Dr. Hurricane, tell me what's up with this hurricane here. Again, as it stands, a Cat 3, but man, just the sheer like explosions of those convective towers around the center of the eye. I mean, that's showing a rapidly evolving storm, right?
Yeah, and there was something I just noticed as Erica pulled up the radar imagery. There's something very unique, and we'll get to that momentarily. So, as you pointed out, like, we are rapidly losing daylight here. So this is what we have with the visible satellite imagery. Now, visible satellite imagery historically, that's better for center finding because the resolution is a little better, and you can see all the way down to the surface. But we're losing that soon to be because the sun is setting. So what we can do is jump to the infrared satellite imagery. Now there's something really unique about this one, is that if you look on this side, on the western side of the storm, you're actually going to see a convective burst and then some reduced cloud temperatures on the top, on the northern side. So there's something really rather interesting going on. Like I said, that what I was looking at, well, radar about it, and it's something it's on the southern side of the eye wall. There's a gap, so it may be indicating that some dry air is trying to sneak into the eye wall, and that may put the brakes, may just, not a lot, like the water is still extraordinarily warm, Mike, but this little dry air slot may give us a little hope that it may not be as potentially devastating and catastrophic, because as we've been talking about these surge estimates that are coming in, 10 to 12 feet, these will be absolutely devastating, 15 to 20 inches of rain. All of these effects, Mike, are going to be extraordinarily deadly. And one last thing I want to point out is that these little red flickers you're seeing, these are tornado warnings. So it's already started.
Hi, guys. Dr. David, that's a great point here. Before we let you go here, and I believe that we have Erica here, so we can all chat together here. I'm actually going to pull those up here. That's a great point.
Just had dinner, coming back to check out what's going on. I'm going to get a time update.
Have the color of the paint correlated to a number, and you start to kind of fill
things out. And based on that, I'm pretty sure it'll be 9 o'clock. I'll be coming back at 9. Mornings. But if we hear that it's going to be hitting the keys a little bit earlier, then I'll hop on.
A pair of tornado warnings here. Really nasty stuff. Meanwhile, the dark pink color here, that is a hurricane warning in place for Marco Island, all the way northward up to Cedar Key, and that extends even as far inland as where we are right now, guys. Orlando, Florida here, a hurricane warning in place with winds potentially upwards of 55 to 65 knots there. Wild stuff. Erica, I mean, I believe that's still the Sarasota camera behind you there. I mean, really jumping around. things are things are evolving for sure.
Duck Key Real Estate Company camera. It's a different angle, but you can see a lot of the wind behind me. You can also see a little bit of the layers. I think the first initial, it's really blurry, but it's interesting to see this, the clouds right behind there, kind of the layers in the atmosphere of the storms that are going to be moving through this area. So pretty interesting to see that on camera.
Now, Dr. David, if you can see the app that I'm sharing here, just going to wait for the latest imagery to roll in here. I've switched over the app from composite reflectivity to the velocity scan here. Boy, this is something that we really have been keeping a close eye on here. Of course, the winds that are green, representing winds going toward the radar site. I've selected the Key West radar there in Key West, Florida. And then the red color representing winds going away from the radar site. And of course, without having to look at the reflectivity, it's very clear to see where the eye of Ian is at this present moment in time. It is a rather impressive looking sight. In fact, Matt, if we want to toss it over to Erica, if she's ready here, looking at that camera. Oh, we're going to go back to Dr. Dave? No worries. All right, so I'll keep going. Fuck. Here. Again, I really am curious to hear what he has to say regarding the velocity scan here. But we can always get back to it. There's a lot going on. And again, for folks that are watching in the chat, I mean, those numbers are really, really rolling up here. So one thing I want to point out to those that are watching is that if you have a question to ask Erica, myself, or of course, Dr. David, well, we are... We are standing by to answer any of your questions. Erica, let's go over to you there because that camera that I just saw, I believe we're looking at the outer bands pushing in on that weather stem camera.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see. And you can also see the craziness of the wind, the trees, the angle they're at, and even the camera that's moving around. So I was looking at this earlier today too, and definitely changing really quickly here in terms of wind gusts. And also the layers, like I said, this is pretty interesting. Some of the first, rain bands coming into this area and it's going to drop a lot of rain over this area. So let's actually go to the University of Miami's STEM cam. It's still not seeing very much precipitation, but you can see a couple of those rain droplets on the screen.
All right, so what I'm going to do,
show this because
I'm going to go ahead and end it right here for right now.
You're still going to feel some of the
because I got some stuff that I have to do, and I cannot
over this area. So let's take a look at some of the current observations there. So you can see this is
I cannot run stream and do both at the same time because it's potentially leaking information. The stuff I have to do, I got to fill out some
winds up here, even in portions of Miami, and just to the north of that, up to 22 miles per hour.
The fuck was that? I got to fill out some things, and to be completely honest, I've been up since 5 o'clock, and I kind of want to just watch some stuff without having to react or entertain for a little bit. So I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to come back at 9 to give updates on Ida, and we might hop into some gaming. Not sure. I don't know if that's going to be on the cards for today, but I will be back at 9 to keep an update. That should be around the time when stuff starts picking up. Storm chases will be out. So I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of the time that I have now to myself. And I will see you guys in a couple hours. Enjoy the time you have right now, and I will see you then.